Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls. Hey, what is happening? I didn't tell you to do that. Good morning. I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me? Okay. This is, I think this is where we left off. This is CSI Zach Smith. Did we listen to him yesterday? I think we did listen to him yesterday. I don't remember where we left off. It would help if I would share my screen.
Basically, it's the collection, preservation, processing, and photographing of evidence.
And in particular, are you usually called in response by someone else?
Yes, sir.
In late August 1990, did you receive such a call in response to a scene which...
I know, because I thought I was live before I was live.
occurring on an easement off of Southwest 34th Street in Gainesville, Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you arrived at the scene, if you recall, who was present?
Officer Liddell and Officer Merrill was there. A couple of...
So this is a crime scene tech, and I don't think we saw him yesterday. I need to be writing it down so I don't forget where we left off. I wasn't taking notes. Like, I took notes during the Black Swan trial, but I haven't been taking notes on this because it's so old. I figured that I didn't need to take notes because we pretty much know most of the details. But I guess I need to at least keep notes about where we're leaving off so I don't forget. But I don't think we saw him yesterday. If we get going and realize that we've already seen him, let me know. But I don't think we saw him yesterday.
K-9 units.
I'm going to show you what's already been received in evidence as State's Exhibit 141, State's Exhibit 143, State's Exhibit 142. Ask you if you briefly would look at those and determine, is that the crime scene that you came to that evening?
Yes, sir, it is.
When you arrived, what did you do?
Photographed the entire area and then started the collection of evidence and took the firearm and made it safe by taking a live round out of the chamber.
I want to show you they're all separate. Now approach them. You may. If you would open that, I think the markings on the inside of it. I want to show you now what's been marked as States 6T, states 6U, states 6V. The contents of this carrying case. First of all, is this the case that is represented in a picture which has been placed in evidence as states? You can see part of it, at least, in the picture that's been placed in evidence as states 141.
Yes, sir.
The weapon that's contained therein and, what's the terminology for these?
Magazines.
The magazines that are contained therein that I've just announced to the court, are all three of those, were they present that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you said to the jury that you made the gun safe, tell me what that means.
By ejecting the shell out of the chamber because it was a what we could refer to as a hot weapon, meaning that it was able to be used and fired.
At the time that you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Other than those changes, have you processed this weapon for any other evidence?
No, sir.
Okay. Other than those changes, then, is this the weapon and the magazines in a condition similar to that which you found at the night you arrived at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the jury what kind of a weapon that is?
That's a Taurus 9mm semi-automatic.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him because I don't remember a CSI tech talking about the guns. Could be wrong, though. My mind is strange because of because of fibromyalgia and the chemo and all the stuff. Yeah. Peter Tragos. I was thinking about live streaming it, but her hearings are like you said, they're erratic. Like sometimes they're not live streamed at the time and then they're shown later. Like the last one, I thought I had seen the entire hearing, but I didn't. I just saw the part that they broadcast. And then on Lawyer he had the whole entire thing. And I was like, oh, well, I thought I saw it, but I didn't see all of it. And she doesn't realize when she's won, and she just keeps asking more and more and more questions. And like, she's going to talk herself out of getting some of the things she's asking for if she doesn't shut up. Like, she doesn't know when to stop. Like, she has no idea when things are going her way. So this is going to be extremely interesting to watch. And I think she's guilty, but I do kind of feel sorry for her because she has no idea what she's doing. And I know it's mostly her fault that she doesn't have an attorney. But still, can you imagine, being on trial for murder and having no clue what you're doing and having no one to help you? It's got to be scary. And every chance she gets, she throws out there, I'm being forced to go pro se. And she's going to tick off the judge. And at the point that he gets fed up with her, he's being very patient and very fair right now. But at the point that he gets fed up with her, she's going to have a real problem. So I kind of feel sorry for her that she doesn't have an attorney. But so Peter said that the motion today that he's going to cover that. So because I was going to try to live stream it, but then I realized it's supposed to be at 1:30, but it may not be streamed at 1:30. They may not stream all of it. It might just be like reporting from court TV later, and it won't be the whole thing or whatever. So I was like, I'll just wait and watch it on Peter's channel, because he definitely said that he would be going over it with us. So, but I get what she's saying about not wanting the media there. They'll be there for the trial, and that's fine. But she doesn't want them like over her shoulder with a camera while she's looking through all the evidence of her case. And I understand that. I wouldn't want that either. They're going to see all the evidence that goes into the trial during the trial. And they're going to have a hard enough time picking a jury as it is because of all this stuff that's been televised. So she doesn't need the media to be seeing all her evidence and putting it on the news, because they don't need to see every single little bit of evidence, because there's probably going to be a bunch of stuff that doesn't get admitted into trial. I don't know. I kind of think they would object to it either way, because the media wants to just know everything. I don't know if it's because she doesn't have a lawyer or not. But, like, that's another thing. Like, motions in limine, she has no idea what to argue has to stay out and what can come in. She has no clue. I have no clue. And I know what motions in limine are. She doesn't even know what motions in limine are. At least I know that. But I wouldn't know what gets to be kept out and what goes in. So I just feel like she's like between a rock and a hard place, although I do think she's guilty. But like Peter even says, a good defense lawyer could get her off, like with a battered spouse thing or something. I liked Law and Order Trial by Jury. I don't remember that episode, though. That show didn't last very long. That's true, too. Because she is a manipulator. Yep. That could be exactly what happens. Oh, what I want to know, that picture of her putting her son in the suitcase. Yeah, I liked that show, but it sure didn't last long. And BB Newirth was on it. That was a great show. But I watched, I can't remember what channel it was. But I watched a true crime YouTube show about her, and it showed her interview with the detectives, and she said, "Oh, well, I would never do that to somebody." And then they showed the picture of her putting her son. Actually, I don't know if, because it was like an adult standing behind the suitcase with the son in it with his head sticking out. And his face was blurred out, and the adult's face was blurred out. So I don't know if the adult was her or if it was a different adult that was getting him out of the suitcase, because both faces were blurred out. But I was like, are they going to show that? Because like a good defense lawyer would know how to argue that shouldn't come in. She doesn't know how to argue that. So is the jury going to see that picture that she's done this before to her son? So I can't wait for that trial. Yeah, she does. She only has herself to blame. And the letters, oh my gosh, I watched Reporting Live from My Sofa. I love his channel, Paul. His name's Paul. She wrote a letter. This has been since she got the laptop. She's written another letter, but it was to the captain of the correctional officers about ways to get her discovery and to keep the flash drives in her locked drawer. But it's the flowery little manipulative phrases that she uses that's just mind-boggling. It's like she knows what to say to get things. I'll put it that way. She knows what to say to get what she wants. And like Peter said, she will ask over and over and over for the same thing until she gets what she wants. And that's, like this squeaky wheel gets the grease. So I think Kranick has been very fair and very patient with her. So hopefully he'll be able to maintain that patience through the whole trial.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as states ZZ, 6Z, and 6Y. Ask if you can tell me what those are.
So these are the rounds that was removed from the magazine. And this is a live round that was removed from the chamber.
Your Honor, the state would move in evidence states 6Z, 6Y, 6U, 6V, and 6T.
That'll be over the objections council's previously raised in past prior hearings. Objections over. Your Honor, 6Z, 144. 6Y,
If I was a judge, I'd be a chowder too. I'd be like the judge in Rittenhouse.
16,
Screaming at everybody.
146. 6V is 147. 6U is 148.
Yeah, please, Court. I'm showing now what's been marked for identification purposes as states 7I. Ask you to remove that bag. Have you seen that bag before, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what is that bag?
It's the black and beige bag that I recovered from the campsite scene.
And is it the bag, although you can just see a portion of it, that is actually shown in the photograph that has been marked in evidence, or a corner of which is shown in the photograph that's been marked in evidence as State's Exhibit 141?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the contents of that bag, did you remove and inventory those yourself?
Some of the items I did.
Okay. And what did you do with the remaining items?
One of the items was turned into property. The remaining items were turned over to Steve Leary with Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Will you be able to identify certain contents of that were in that bag that evening?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move.
I love those too.
State's evidence for identification purposes, 7I into evidence.
I'm telling you that there's objection council approves it.
7I is 149.
Mr. Smith, you're inquiring the witness, can you stand on this side so the jurors can see?
Okay, I'm compromising between the jury and the court reporter. I seem to be lost. I'll just stay back here most of the time. Just one second, Judge.
Yeah, I like Ted Bundy too.
I'll show you 3 items, get out of your way and ask about it.
He's firm. But
If you would,
trying
the
to be
large
helpful.
bag of that, yes. Could you give me the blue lettering on that bag? What does it say? The lettering on the blue identification card.
7A.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what's been marked as 7A for identification purposes. I'd ask you to open that now and tell the court if that's something that you found in relation to this campsite.
Yes, sir.
If you would, take it out. Could you tell the court where you've seen this before?
Yes, sir. It was in the black and beige bag that was recovered from the campsite.
Is that the same black and beige bag that we have just previously entered into evidence from this campsite?
Yes, sir.
Now, it has over it some sponge and taping.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, that's for processing purposes.
That's for, to protect the end of it. And it's a sharp instrument. We place it in the bag so that it doesn't stick a hole, protrude out of the bag.
But other than that, this is in reasonably the same shape it was in on the night in which you found it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move what's been marked for identification purposes as 7A into evidence.
The same objection raised by counsel previously to be avoided.
Receipt is number 150, Your Honor.
You have in front of you another item, a larger item. Would you take that out of the bag?
7B.
If you would, remove what has been marked for identification purposes as 7B from the container and let me know if you can identify what that is, sir.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It appears to be that the cassette player that I removed from that bag.
When you say that bag, are you referring to the bag that has been placed in evidence as State's Exhibit 149?
Yes, sir.
I liked Judge Darrow. I kind of think it's apples and oranges, to be honest, because Sarah Boone, she's a little disrespectful, but she's disrespectful out of her own frustration, whereas Brooks was just disrespectful. He was putting on a show. He was doing everything he was doing to try to regain some control. I mean, Sarah wants control too, but it was totally different with Brooks. Like, I don't even know how to explain what I feel about it. He was a rapper. So he had this like whole other persona, and he kind of put on that showman's persona in that trial. Because if you watched any of the other hearings that he had when he had a lawyer, like the other law stuff after that, completely different person. So that, yeah, Sarah is smarter than Daryl Brooks. I agree with you there. So yeah, she's trying to do it productively. When she's being disrespectful, she's not doing it for the sake of being disrespectful. She's doing it out of frustration, whereas Daryl was just doing it to do it. The only mistakes that I think, and I mean, I'm not criticizing any judge because I have no idea. I'm sure they have a very hard job. I have no idea what they go through, but a couple times she let him know that he was getting to her, and that is what you do not do with somebody that's trying your patience like that. You never let them know. If you want to keep control, you never let them know that they're getting to you. And especially that stare down that he did that one day, she was like, and frankly, it scares me. And I went, oh no, she didn't. Oh no, she didn't. You never, if somebody scares you, if they're purposely trying to scare you, you never tell them that they've scared you. You don't do that, because then they're like, oh, I got the upper hand now. I know how to get to this person. You never do that. So that, that was the only thing, is that a couple times she let him know that he was getting to her. Okay, so he's talking about the tape at the campsite. I don't know when they're going to play it, but I know that they are, because that's what Rod Smith said in opening statements, that the jury was going to hear the tape. If you guys watched my episode on Danny Rolling, I did not play the tape. I didn't put the tape in my episode at all, because that is one of the things that triggers me. So I may cry. I may get angry. I don't know, because I do both when things about this case triggers me. So I'll let it play when it happens, but I don't know when they're gonna play it. I just wanted to warn you guys that I do not like this tape. This tape, like I said, I either cry or get angry, or both, because it just, if you haven't heard it, you'll know why when you hear it. In my episode, I think I said I'm not going to play it, but if you guys want to hear it, you can Google it, because it's easy to find online. But it makes me angry.
When you removed that tape, is that a tape recorder?
It's an AM/FM cassette recorder.
Did it have within it a tape?
Yes, sir, it did.
And by that, I'm a cassette tape.
Yes, sir.
If you would look in
7E.
what's been marked for identification purposes as 7E, and tell me if you can identify that.
Good Lord. Trainard.
Yes, sir.
I'll play it.
And what is that, sir?
This is a cassette tape that was found in the recorder.
Did you ever have that tape recorded or that tape processed for any other kind of evidentiary reasons?
No, sir, I processed the tape for fingerprints.
And as such, what did you find?
Lifted a fingerprint off of the tape on the outside of the tape case.
And were you able to find out whose fingerprint that was?
Yes, sir.
Who was it?
Danny Rollins.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence that's been marked for identification purposes as State 7D and State 7E.
Again, those will be admitted over objections to counsel.
7D would be received, Your Honor, as number 151.
I still don't understand what all the objections about. Every piece of evidence, hasn't it? I don't understand.
Showing the witness now what has been marked for identification purposes as State 7H, and ask the witness if you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
And keep it out, if you would. And what does that appear to be, sir?
Roll of duct tape.
And where did you find that, sir?
It was in a black and beige bag that I recovered from the campsite.
Is that the same black and beige bag that has been submitted into evidence just a few moments ago?
Yes, sir.
The same one that contained the screwdriver and the tape recorder and the tape?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state removes what's been marked for identification purposes as State 7H into evidence.
Again, as over the objection, counsel previously raised the attention of prior hearings, overruled, be admitted.
That's number 153.
Were there other items within that bag, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what other items were in that bag?
There was some clothing and some jewelry.
Showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as State 7F. Ask you if you would take that out of the bag and tell me if you've seen that before and if you can identify it.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me where you've seen this before?
They were found inside the black and beige bag.
The same black and beige bag that's been entered into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Now, there are some markings or tearings or cuttings.
Yes,
Were
sir.
they in that condition at the time you found them?
No, sir.
What does that represent?
That's where some samples were taken from those whenever they were sent to the lab.
Your Honor, state would move in evidence that which has been marked for identification purposes as 7F.
Over the objection previously raised to the bench in the prior hearings, will be admitted.
Received as number 154.
Okay, 1 second, Your Honor. Returning again to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as 7B, like in boy. Ask if you can identify what that is and where it came from.
Yes, sir, this is the black tank top
I
that was
think I see
also
my
found in that
friends,
same
but they keep
black and
getting
beige
fire so fast,
bag.
I can't tell.
The same bag that contained the other items that we have previously moved into evidence that was in that campsite that evening.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state would move what's been marked for identification purposes as 7B into evidence.
Party can will be admitted over the objection of counsel previously raised to the bench in prior hearings.
Received is number 155.
Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for in evidence as State's Exhibit 7T. Bearing identification number 094P-114. And what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 7U, bearing identification number 094P-116. I want you to look at those and tell the jury if you can identify what those are.
Yes, sir, it's a blue bag that has currency that has dye stain on it that was recovered on the 5th day of September.
And when you say ascertain, is there any other term that's sometimes used for that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Did you say ascertain?
No, sir.
What'd you say?
I said dye stain.
Dye stain, oh. No more of those. The dye stain that was on there, is that similar type of the dye stain that was found on the money that was originally found at the campsite?
Yes, sir.
Where, sir, did you find the blue bag? It appears to be laying on the ground. Where was it located?
It was approximately 75 yards west of the original campsite and 10 or 15 yards off of the trail.
And how was it that you came to find this bag?
FDLE agents and one of our detectives had gone back out there on that day to comb the area.
The following day after the night at which time you found the campsite?
No, sir, this was on the 5th of September.
On the 5th of September, during the search, that's when that's found?
Yes, sir.
And is that bag with the dye stained money in it, is that a reasonable and accurate depiction of what you saw when you arrived there?
Yes, sir, it is.
State would move State 7U and State's 7T into evidence, Your Honor.
Again, over the objection of counsel to the bench in previous hearings.
7 you accepted is 156. 7T is 157.
I want to show you now what's been marked in evidence as State's Exhibit 7V for identification purposes and bearing identification number 094P-117. And I want to ask you if you recognize that picture.
Yes, sir.
And what is that picture of, sir?
It's the photograph of the blue bag that had the dye stained currency and the contents that were found inside.
That's when you opened the bag?
Yes, sir.
And so you saw certain items within that bag other than the money?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 7C. Ask you if you would open that package and see if you identify what that is.
Yes, sir, it's a pair of black and white pin gloves that
When you say pin gloves, is that a type of glove or is that actually represented as a
that's
brand?
a name brand that was found within this bag.
The honor state would move to Exhibit 7C, which is really going to be 2 pair of gloves, and I'll leave them in a single package as a single exhibit, though. 2 individual gloves, I should say. In evidence.
All right, again, I'll get those over the objection council previously raised, bench here.
7C accepted as 158.
I'm showing the witness now, Your Honor, what's been marked for identification purposes as 7G. I would ask you to open that package and explain to the court and jury what that represents. You would unfold it and hold it up. Have you seen that before, sir?
Yes, sir.
And where have you seen it?
It was also found within that bag with the gloves and with the Dutch stain money.
Is that the bag that was the second bag, the blue bag that's depicted in those pictures?
Yes, sir, it is.
You just see that for 1 second. This exhibit appears to have some swatches
Yes, sir.
removed from the bottom. Is that in any way different than the way in which you found it?
Yes, sir.
If you could explain again why.
That's samples that were taken from the lab.
Your Honor, the state would move what's been marked previously for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 7G into evidence.
All right, again, over the objection, and the bench and the previous hearings, will be admitted.
Accepted as number 159.
Can I have 1 moment, Your Honor? And this one needs to be. That's fine. Showing the witness now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8C for identification purposes, and actually ask you if you can identify that photograph.
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict?
It's the firearm. Once it was, the box was opened up, showing that the magazines were loaded in the projectile that I removed from the chamber.
That one actually shows it in its loaded position.
Yes, sir.
Now, at this time, the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 7V. Sorry. And exhibit for identification purposes 8C, which is marked as 094P-112.
Again, no objection, previously raised in the hearing.
Seven B accepted is number 160. 8C accepted is number 161.
Just one second, Judge. I think that's right. Okay, please, court, I have no further questions of this witness. I would request that I now be allowed to I'm sorry. I would request now that I be given an opportunity to counsel to publish the physical exhibits. I'm just going to walk those in front of the jury. And then the pictures I will pass out that have been taken from the last two witnesses. I did that in kind of short circuit of time. And I would request that Investigator Smith be released from his statement. He is.
There's a case in Ocala right now, which is like an hour from me. And after I was done streaming yesterday, I noticed that Recovery Addict was live. He's on vacation, so he's not like streaming normal hours and stuff like that. So I haven't really been watching him past couple weeks. And I noticed that he was streaming a trial. And I'm like, how is he streaming a trial when he's on the road? But I guess they're staying in an Airbnb or something, and his wife is taking the kids. She homeschools, so I guess they're doing like museums and stuff like that. So like this counts as school. And he's like staying there and streaming during the day. So he's streaming this trial out of Ocala, which is literally an hour from me, maybe less than an hour. I was like, man, I wish I'd known about this because it's really short. Like they started opening statements was either yesterday or the day before, and state's going to rest today. And so, I mean, this trial might be like a week long. Like I could literally have gone to this trial every day and sat in the courtroom. I was like, man, I wish I'd known about this. But I watched the knocking neighbor trial. And I watched the Law and Crime, like they did an episode about exactly what happened, like from start to finish. You know, the background of the trial, like why she did what she did. Because the kid, there's like an open field next to her house. She rents, and her landlord doesn't own that field. She doesn't own it. The landlord doesn't own it. Some other guy owns it. And the kid's playing that field, and she's having a freaking fit. I kept saying, then move, lady. Move. Kids live in your neighborhood. That's not your property. You don't have any control over that property. I mean, she threw a roller skate at this kid. Roller skates are heavy. It hit him in the foot, but it could have hit him in the head. That kid could have ended up in the hospital. If I was that kid's mom, I would have gone over there banging on her door too. And that poor mom now is dead. I watched that thing. They actually showed, I don't know if it was their dad or their grandfather that told them that their mom was never coming back. And I sat there and I cried right along with those kids. And that one, the youngest little boy was like, I hate her. I hope she never gets out of jail. And I was like, you know what? I kind of hate her too right now. I was just like, oh my God. I was like, lady, why didn't you just move? It was so sad. I don't know if the kids testified or not because I only caught like the last witness of the day. So I need to go back and watch it from the beginning after this is over. But it was so sad because it was just, law and crime. It showed like all the police calls from the beginning up until she shot her neighbor. And I know had that happened when I was a kid, my mom would have done the same thing. I know. Because my mom has done stuff like that when I was a kid. Dang it. I always forget to click on share screen. I know this guy. I know this guy. I just can't remember where I've met him.
We've gone through your credentials, so I'm not going to, and I'm assuming since yesterday they haven't changed significantly, so I'm going to pick right up and ask you if you recognize the document that is placed in front of the jury and has been marked in evidence that states exhibit A-B for identification purposes.
I've probably met him
Yes,
at
sir, I
some function that my dad was at, but I know I've met him
Wait
before.
1 second, first give me a straight look.
That part of the Madeline show case too. That one's sad too.
1 second.
And it's not that there's more crazy cases in Florida. It's just that we have that, what's it called, sunshine law or something like that, where our cases are all televised. This stuff happens in other states too. The only reason why Florida Man exists is just because we show it. Like, Florida has nothing to hide. We show everything.
U.S. military type psychotic before it hit the ground.
This is just document, this is today's one, for ID or for ID. It's not, we have. You can see it.
We've got to cross-reference to the prior hearings.
So the record reflect properly what the exhibit number is.
Yes, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing, I'm referencing the witness to that which has been marked as for identification as states AB. It is an exhibit that was previously submitted in a hearing. It is not my intention to put this evidence in this proceeding. It is my intention to use this as a demonstrative aid. Sergeant Hewitt, from this document, would you be able to highlight certain portions of the movement and locations of certain materials, certain movements material to the Danny Rowley case?
Yes, I would.
Okay. If you would, the first, what's been marked, showing now what's been marked is the first campsite. Could you tell us what you mean by that?
That campsite is located in the southeast corner of Old Archer Road and 34th Street in a wooded area. This is where Danny Rowley told us in an interview that he was camped during the time that the 3 homicides occurred, or the 3 homicide scenes.
So just because all of those things are gone. There's a game so much since then.
should so reflect in those are.
I can't
It needs to
further
be
treat
testimony
them
of this
more.
witness regarding campsite statements.
And then as you get folks later, so come on, we you have marked here what's called the second campsite. Can you tell us why there's two areas marked as campsites?
Yes, sir. The morning the last homicide scene occurred, Danny Rolling moved his campsite from what is indicated as campsite or the first campsite to the second campsite. Second campsite is located on University of Florida property just off 34th Street.
Which of these two campsites is the location where the materials that have been introduced in evidence were recovered?
It would be a second campsite.
In particular, you have also shown what's been marked as Hoyt, Williamsburg, and Gatorwood. Are these the three homicide scenes?
That's correct.
You have marked what is the knife burial site. Would you explain to the jury what's represented by the knife burial site?
During an interview with Danny Rolling, he indicated that he had left the Gatorwood homicide scene, went across Archer Road to an old barn or old stable type place and buried the knife and the gloves in that stable. That's what is indicated on the knife burial site.
Okay. We have in evidence received one pair of Penn athletic gloves. Were those recovered from the knife burial site?
No, they weren't.
How can you explain that we recovered a pair of gloves here but did not recover the gloves he said he buried at the knife burial site?
During the interview, Danny told us that he had stole two pair of gloves. One of them we recovered at the second campsite. The ones that we attempted to locate along with the knife was never located.
Now, you have shown, marked here, what is called Walmart. Where is this Walmart located?
It's located on the north side of Archer Road and on the west side of 34th Street.
Would you explain to the jury the significance of this Walmart store in relationship to the crimes that are being discussed here today?
Yes, sir. The stuff that was found at the campsite, the tent, we went to the Walmart store in the early part of 91 and discovered that they sold this type tent. We went through the store and got the barcode off the tents that they sell and also barcodes off of other items that we thought were used, the screwdriver, the duct tape, the gloves, and items like that.
Here at this time, defense makes an objection on the basis of relevance and materiality.
Sorry, I've witness. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as, for identification purposes, as states number 70. I've already given counsel the FDLE number on that, but it is P10. Ask you if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the label, the name brand label inside the tent that was recovered at the campsite 2 or second campsite.
That name brand, ADID, were you able to match that name brand to anything?
Yes, it was.
And what were you able to match it to?
The tents that are sold in Walmart.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as States Exhibit 7M. For identification purposes, FDLE P-1. Ask you if you can identify what that is, sir.
Yes, sir, I can.
What is it?
It's an eggshell or egg crate type foam mattress that was found inside the tent that was found at campsite 2.
Were you able to determine in your investigation the location for which the tent that I have shown you in one of those exhibits and the mattress from which they were purchased?
Yes, it was.
And where was that?
At Walmart.
Which Walmart?
Walmart on 34th Street and Archer Road.
Yeah, approach with John. I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as states 6W and states 6X. If you would open those and tell me if you recognize what's contained therein.
Yes, sir. 6X is a computer printout of barcodes that are shown on cash register receipts at Walmart indicating the item that was purchased.
From that, were you able to determine the date of the purchase?
Yes, on 6W, it should be a cash register receipt. What we did, we went and pulled all the cash register receipts in Walmart for the time period that we knew Danny Rolling was in town. We went through each one of those cash register tapes to look for the particular barcodes of each item that we were looking for. During that time period, we found 1/10 that was sold through the cash register tape.
And did that tint match the tint that is represented by the photograph that I've shown you?
Yes, it did.
Go ahead.
The cash register receipt showed it being purchased on August the 23rd at 18:03 hours, which is 6:03 p.m.
So on August the 23rd at 6:03, at this Walmart store, the tent and the mattress were purchased.
Your Honor, at this time I would make an objection. This witness cannot state that with any certainty. I can only say that it is a type.
Let me rephrase the question, Your Honor. At 6:03 on the 23rd, were you able to determine that a tent and mattress were purchased from this Walmart?
We were able to determine that the tent was purchased.
Okay. The tent that was purchased, did it match the brand of the tent that is shown in that photograph?
Yes, it did.
Were any other tents purchased during that time frame?
No, there weren't.
Did anyone tell you that they had purchased a tent from that Walmart?
Yes, they did.
I think that's pretty
Danny
good
Rolling.
proof.
One of my favorite supplements is quinol turmeric.
Commercial. Joy. It's the same purple every time, too.
I'm going to show you now what's already been marked in evidence as State's Exhibit 153, State's Exhibit 1, and State's Exhibit 150. And I believe the clerk has gone to get another exhibit. That exhibit, I'll show you. Have you had a chance to examine those?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen them before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the screwdriver, were you able to determine through any of your investigation where that screwdriver, from what store that screwdriver was made?
Yes, we were.
And what was that?
Walmart.
Were you able to determine from any information that at the time Mr. Rowley purchased the tent, that he got any other items that he did not purchase?
Yes, we did.
And what were those items?
Mr. Rolling told us in our interview that At the time he purchased the tent and foam mattress, he shoplifted the screwdriver, the duct tape, and the gloves.
So you're down on 158. He asked you if you were able to identify those. They're already in evidence, as State's Exhibit 158.
Yes, sir.
Is that an item that's carried by Walmart?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to confirm that in your investigation?
Yes, we were.
Based on that information, the date of the purchase of that tent, on the 23rd of August, what time of day would the screwdriver, tape, and gloves been taken from Walmart?
Then at the same time, which is 6:03 p.m.
Now, at this time, the state would move into evidence 7, what's been marked as identification, 7O, 7M, 6W, 6X.
Some of these items were taken from the campsite. We will renew all of our objections as to this.
All right. So those objections to those items from the campsite were previously raised at the bench earlier in the day.
Your Honor, states 7O to be received as number 162. State 7M received as 163.
How can they object to something he's admitted to?
State 6X received as 165.
They objected to everything. Every piece of evidence.
Sorry, Hewitt, there was were you aware of that from campsite 2? Among the items recovered was a weapon.
Yes,
Do you know what kind of weapon that was?
it's a Taurus 9mm.
Referencing now what's been introduced in evidence as State's Exhibit number 148, 6 through 8, which is the gun and 2 magazines. Were you in your investigation able to determine the relationship between that gun and the gun that was testified to earlier by Agent Cindy Barnard?
Yes, we were.
And what was it?
Danny Rowling purchased this gun from a man in Sarasota, Florida,
On what day?
on July the 28th or 29th of 1990.
Just 1 second, Judge. I think I'm about to move into Okay. I have one additional left with that. Yeah. I'll show you now what's been marked for identification purposes. State 7P. Ask if you can tell us what that is.
Yes, sir, I can.
What is it?
It's a fanny pack or a butt bag.
And is that one that's normally worn around someone?
You wear it around your waist.
Where was that fanny pack located or recovered, if you know?
It was recovered from campsite 2 in that black and beige bag, along with the clothing and the guns and the jewelry and that type of thing.
Now, I would expect to move in evidence to State's Exhibit 7P.
All right, over the objection previously raised. Be admitted.
Received is number 166.
Now, Your Honor, I need to make just a short relocation. We're going to move into a new phase, which will end up in the tape people.
Do you have any cross as to this matter?
One of my favorite supplements is quinol turmeric.
I guess that's their strategy. Not working for them.
A recorder that was recovered from the campsite.
Yes, it was.
The tape that is in that, do you recognize that tape?
Yes, I do.
Have you actually played that tape before, sir,
Yeah, I played it.
as part of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the locations, the physical locations at which this tape was made and how you know that?
First part of the tape is dialogue to his parents, and then there's several songs sung after that. That portion of the tape was made at a motel in Sarasota.
Does any other voice appear on that portion of the tape?
Yes, it does.
And whose voice is that?
A lady that lives in Sarasota that was seeing Danny at the time.
After that, is there a place where the tape changes in any way?
Yes, sir. He comes on again and says that he's in the woods, or he has the stars for a blanket or something to that effect. And that part is recorded at the campsite here in Gainesville, which would be campsite, the first campsite.
And that portion of the tape, have you listened to how it ends?
Yes, I have.
And how does it sign off or end the tape?
It says something to the effect, well, I've got to go now. I've got something I got to go do.
Have you ever been able to determine what he was referencing by that statement?
Yes, we
Yeah.
asked him that in the interview, and he had to go do the homicides at that time.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would request the playing of this tape. It was the state's original plan to play just the portion of that tape, beginning with the Gainesville portion. The defense has requested, and we've agreed that in accordance with the criminal rules, that the entire recording can be played. So that their request, we're going to start this at the beginning and go into the actual end without any break. I would ask the court if we had permission to hand out a transcript that has been prepared of this tape recording beginning to end. The audio is pretty good on it, but I think there may be times when following would be good. We submit to the court that we would request that the bailiff pick the transcripts up at the end. We recognize those not to be the evidence, but to be an aid for the jurors as the tape is being played.
My understanding is that's agrees to that procedure. Yes, Your Honor. I would instruct the jury that what we're doing here is just basically the state and the defense has agreed that in order to play this all at once, a portion of the tape may be relative to the defense's argument concerning circumstances they want you to consider, and portions relevant to that which the state wants to argue to. We're just going to play it all at once at the same time.
If I could also request, I see no reason why Sergeant Hewitt needs to stay on the stand. Once we start playing this, it is our plan to play this without interruption.
All right, it's fine with me if he wants to step down. The other matter is, as far as the transcription goes, you're going to see, basically, this is just to help you listen to the tape. But you not read ahead, but if you listen to the tape, this may help you understand it. And at the close of it, we're going to collect it, and we will not have this back with you when you consider this matter in the jury. So, hoping this will help you understand it here today.
I would also request that the court, I'm sure the council will agree, because of the acoustics in the courtroom, this is set up pretty well. I can tell you we need as quiet a courtroom as possible, because any movement or noise in the courtroom will acoustically messed us up. So I'm just,
One other, so the area is aware, this is about an hour.
I think 58 minutes.
Okay, so be aware this is about an hour tape, and what we intend to do is when we finish with this, unless there's some other matters, we'll probably break for lunch.
My parents, I guess, to start walking back in. It's just one of those. So it's not possible to
Oh, Your Honor, I do need further explanation. Your Honor, as the court is aware, State's Exhibit State's Exhibit 152 is the original. We're going to insert the original tape in. We have a duplicate. If for some reason the machine decided to do something, we have a duplicate. I've not had the best of luck in the long run thus far.
I appreciate it, you said that not operating the machine.
Nowadays, people have digitized it. Well, it should have already been digitized because it wouldn't have been recorded on a tape.
Contrary to popular belief, I don't know what people think anymore. All I know is I'm just one man alone in this world, facing the whole world by himself. And I'm sending this to the three people I love the most. And I'll always love you. I love my mother. I love my father. And I love my brother. And no matter what anybody thinks about this man, Danny Harold, I want these three people that I'm talking to right now to know that this is not the road that I really wanted. This is not what I want. But it is the road that is before me now. And I will walk it like a man. And you know, Dad, you know I love you, Pop. And I'm so sorry, Dad. It breaks my heart out to think what happened between you and I. I'm sorry, Pop. If it means anything, I'm so very sorry. And I'm so a lot behind this. I hurt in my heart. And it never goes away, Pop. I wish it was me instead of you. I wish it had happened to me instead of you. It's been easy. Nothing's ever been easy for me. Well, I always wanted to make you proud of me, Dad, but somehow or another I always fell short. Well, I promise you this much. No matter what happens in the road ahead of me, at least I'll walk it as a man. I will do that. Mom, you're such a precious soul. There ain't a woman on the face of this earth that can cook like you can, sugar. You got to be the best cook in the whole wide world. Believe me, I miss it. I love you, Mom. And I want you to know your boy's okay. I'm gonna be alright. There's something I want you to know. And I want you to understand this. The last time I saw you, I saw how much it hurt you to say goodbye to me. And you know something, Mom? I'm not gonna put you through that again. I love you too much for that. But I want you to purpose it in your mind, and in your heart, and in your soul. That I'm a man now. And God knows, even God himself said to be a man easy. And oh, how well I know. It isn't easy. is that man that's like myself. Can't trust anyone. Can't be totally true. Always live this lie that I'm living. Mom, don't blame yourself for anything that's happened. None of it's your fault. I don't really believe it's anybody's fault. It's just the way things happen sometimes. Sometimes we want so much for things to be right, especially with the ones we love. But it doesn't always happen that way, does it, Mom? So we have to go on as long as there's breath in our body. We gotta go on. You gotta go on. You know, you're a very special woman. And oh, how well I know. I was raised by one of the sweetest women on the face of this earth. And you know, I know Dad is so glad to have you. He picked you in the gym, all right? Yeah, Pop. You got you a good one. She got her a good one, too. You're a good man, Tom. Well, Mom, you should go on. What I'm trying to say is after this tape, you're not going to hear anything else from me. Just forget about me. Well, I won't say that, because you can't forget your own. I'm just saying, I want you to go on and live your life. I don't want you to have sleepless nights because of me. Do this for me, Mom. You deserve a hell of a lot more than the pain that I promise you. And I regret it with all my heart. But you know, if you want to make things easier on me, Mom, please, I'm asking you to go on. I love you. Go on and live your life and enjoy your life. For your life is your own. No one can take that from you. I love you, Mom. On this paper, I'm gonna sing every song I ever wrote. I'm gonna sing it to you, Mom. And I'm gonna sing it to you, Dad. I know you want me to write these songs, Aaron, and you know I was going to. But instead, I'll sing it to you, Pop, if you want to listen. You probably hate me now. And I don't blame you for that, Dad. But maybe in the hereafter, when it's all said and done, all the chips are in, and everything's sorted out. Perhaps we'll understand this one day. I don't even understand myself half the time. But I know that there was once some good in me, and perhaps there is still a little. Because my heart can still be touched. Perhaps there's some hope in that. Kevin, I love you. You know, you said something to me that hurt me, made me wonder. Maybe you didn't know me as well as you thought you did. Maybe I didn't know you as well as I thought I did. Last time I saw you, you said that I enjoyed this. You're wrong, Kevin. I hate this. I hate what's happened. I hate the way I have to live. I trade all. I trade both my arms. If I could go back and do it all over, please believe me, I don't enjoy this. I'm not going to say that you're a good man because you can't handle it. You can't handle that. Wow. When your loved ones tell you how much they think of you. Why can't you accept that, brother? You are. It's good as me to go, I know that we're all basically evil, but there is some good in you, Kevin. You said that you didn't care anymore. Don't say that, brother, please. I beg you. As your brother speaking to you now, I know not what that holds for me or for anyone. But I know that you care, Kevin, and you care a lot. Don't bottle up your feelings, brother. I know that it's easy to get hurt when you wear your heart on your sleeve. It's easy for people to reach up there and grab it and squeeze it. Kevin, you did a lot of good. Don't let what happened between Dad and me. I know it's got the family tore up. But hey, Mom and Dad need you right now. They need you now more than they ever have. And between the two of us, you were the strongest. I love you, Kevin. I love you, brother, more than even words can even justify. I wish it could have been different. I wanted so much for you and I to strike out together and make a dent in this world and make something out of our lives. It doesn't always happen that way, does it? No.
It sounds like you've been skiing for it.
But I love you, brother. I wish you could home. I wish you had a good life. My life as it is not easy.
It almost sounds like
I will walk it until the Lord decides to take me home.
Yeah.
I will walk the road that is before me the best I can.
And this is before he
And I
did it.
pray and I've asked God. I've asked Him, I said, Dear Lord God of heaven and earth, I would rather be judged of you than judged of men, because I know the judgments of men and how it stinks. Man does not judge rightly or justly. No, this world is corrupt. And so is the system that rose it up. And that system is the system of the government. Civilization, it's not the Lord. It's of the devil, brother. So I've asked God that if I am to be judged, not to be judged of men, but let me fall into the hands of my Maker. You might still love and believe in. I'll always believe in my Lord and my Savior, Jesus Christ. Oh, Kevin, try to bring the family together, what's left of it. I don't know why people nowadays are so hard on church. I know there's people there that are hypocrites, but they're all really true Christians. God-fearing people that go to church, brother. And there's no excuse that a man can give under God's blue sky that justifies not going to church and worshiping Him. Surely, if you give tithes and it goes into a man's pocket, that's not your fault. And the judgment did not lie on you, but on the man that took the money for wrongful purpose. Seek you in the church, brother. And take Mom and Dad, because we both know time is so short. And let's not be hypocritical. We can't come to God on our terms. We can't have God the way we want Him to be. We've got to humble ourselves and come before God as He said, humble and meek like a child. And does a child think how the father should be? No.
Well, if we're talking to his parents,
loves his Maker, loves his father.
now he's talking to his
and
brother.
like, and no matter what, he loves him.
He's telling his brother to take his parents to church.
Try to get Mom and Dad to go to church with you, Kevin. And maybe, hopefully, y'all pray for me. I need your prayers. Y'all know how difficult it is. I haven't done without. No, I haven't done without.
Which is why he claimed a demon for this.
I'm well fed, I'm well clothed, and I have a place to stay. Please, look after Mom and Dad. And look after yourself, brother. And maybe the
But
prayers.
he's talking like
Maybe
he's
you
going
can
to
trust
unalive
on God
himself.
and His mercy and wisdom. He'll
If I
allow me with
understand,
compassion and see a way out for me. I don't know anymore.
The first thing I would think was, this is an unalive note.
This is very hard for
I
me.
would have no
You
idea
said
what
that I
he's fixing
love
to
this.
do.
I think you only said that out of your heart. I don't think you meant it. I think if you ever really knew me, you knew that really all I ever wanted to do was serve God. I love you so much.
Don't think you do, darling.
So
I'm
hard.
sorry, but you didn't convince me at all.
I don't know. I regret it all, but I can't change it. And I'm not going to deliver myself into the hands of men to be tormented by them, by men that are even lesser than myself. No, I'll go to my grave first. I love you, brother. Take care. And now I'm going to sing every song that I ever wrote. For my family, for the unique people that I love the most in this world, and the ones that probably I hurt the most. You're good. Just get myself together. The first song that I'll sing that I wrote is Coming Down on You. The sun shines, the rain keeps pouring down.
I don't think so. It's not. I don't think technically it's copyrighted material. Copyright strike on it.
Next song. Same key, huh? I got the blues for Monday night. Let me tell you about you. Start you on the radio. Plays a sad song. Let me tell you about Peace of mind, peace of mind, in you Yes, you know, let me tell you that. Would you know the answer? Well, I guess this song kind of depicts the way that really my life is. I guess, in a way, just examining myself. You know, both have to live the same life. Life of an outlaw.
Oh,
You know, I really believe Jesse James Harper was really wanted. So maybe I was writing a song about myself.
Jesse James.
Well, here's Jesse. This is a story without a reason, without a rhyme. By men named Jesse,
Blurry.
choose a life of crime. Six guns, life is only sign. The taste of desert dust and hot sunny eyes. Survive, Jesse, you rise. Sticking sun,
If he just put his energy into that, that's what he said. He wanted to become a successful acting singer, but no, he couldn't do that.
Promise restrained in the driving rain. The posse lost his trail his bones on the campfires, his mind was fence. Cause he knew in his heart he lived by chance. Survive, Jesse, you arrive. Setting sun, you cry.
Who's that woman that keeps showing? I want to know who that is.
Turn your weary soul loose. Jesse, you arrive. Setting sun, you cry. You The next song, Doggy Battle.
Good God, how many songs are on this thing? I wonder what happened to his guitar. I wonder if some freak bought it for a expensive amount of money. You know, people are weird about serial killers that way.
She went down to the creek to fetch a bit of water. Wonder where she has been. Way down, walking by you.
I think they get 15 minutes to pay, but you have more than 15 minutes. Somebody back here is music. The guy that shot Reagan, he was put into a mental hospital and he's released now. And he actually had a concert booked. It was booked. It was like sold out in somewhere in New York. And they canceled it because the police was concerned for his safety. They were afraid that somebody would try to shoot him. So they canceled his sold out concert. I found disturbing that he sold out. That was just probably morbid curiosity on some people's minds. I can see that, being curious as to why this person that just got out of the mental hospital was having a sold out concert. This is on YouTube channel with his songs on it and everything. Oh man. A great murder.
Won't you come for me? We kiss, hold each other tight. So take me away to spirits. Ooh, come alive at night. Way down along the line. Way down the so get lost, walking behind way down the Okay, I think I can finish up on this. Let's see, which one now? Okay, how about to change pace here for I need a job? That's the one you and I wrote on. That's the front yard, remember? Need a job today. Oh, and I ain't gonna know what way. Hear you say you're hired. I'll work till I drop.
Look what they're doing thinking right now.
Let's see, I've got a few more to go here. Yeah, I'm gonna stop for a second.
You done. No more
Let's
time.
see, next song.
Oh.
Pick your song. Title, Produced on my list. the seagulls cry, they sail across the waves into the clear sky. The human heart, such frail thing, like the wind, it sings. You finally heard me more from you, yes. Close the door, said, finally heard me more than I love you. You know when you went away, the world came tumbling down the lights. Okay, next song. Hot and hot. Woke up this morning, kicking stones across the road. Yes, I was born to be rambling roads. Just his heart and soul. Like a tornado, got me all alone. Hot is it hot? Cold is it cold? Hot is it hot? Cold is it cold? It's the way you've been told. What's that job? 42nd Street. One day my wife, she said, honey, yeah, and she got all my money, yeah, hot as it hot, cold as it cold, hot as it hot, cold as it cold, it's the one you've been told. Then he whispered,
Yeah, let's see if I can speed it up. He looks embarrassed or ashamed. I don't know which. The part that the prosecution wanted to play, that part is relevant. The only reason why I let this go on is that part is relevant. And the first part, yeah, this is speed. I looked. The first part was kind of relevant because he was talking to his parents about, that all his great grandparents and how much he loved them and how Jesus Christ is a savior and that, please take mom, telling his mother, please take mom and back to heaven and stuff. So he knew that other things that he done wrong. And it seemed like I said, it seemed like an unalive note. So you think he wouldn't go do anything else. Yet he came right to Gainesville and did all the stuff that he did. So I would think that would hurt the defense's case. Because it shows consciousness of guilt. All this stuff he's saying to his parents.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll.
It's like, it doesn't help him. Because he knows he's pouring his heart out to his parents that he's done a bunch of bad stuff. There's my friend. I thought that was her. Oh, okay. It did the same thing it did yesterday, and that wasn't the cat. That was me. Are we still good? I don't know how I did that. I did the same thing yesterday. I got my windows separated somehow. I opened up a whole new window instead of a new tab. Why go away? You're not that bad. That's not the end of that. You know you're not. I like the Mexican song. I mean, they are creepy a little bit, but she's just been up here, but I stopped streaming stopped sharing the screen for one of those commercials yesterday, and then when I went back to it, StreamYard was I have everything in tabs to the top, the different parts of the trial that I want to stream in StreamYard. But now StreamYard is in a separate window. don't know how I did that. I didn't do it on purpose. That is Kristen Boyd's stepmother on screen right now. Her name is Diana. That one's really pretty after what we know.
Next song. Turn this air conditioner on, man. Coolest place off. Okay, what's song now? It's a great way. No, don't make mistakes, you did. She casts a spell. Carry over there, transfixed by the moment, captured by her stare. But it's a great way It's a great way to make you my only lady. I was yours, mystical prince. Change me into raven beast. Took away your love, and you put it on release. It's a great way without It's a great way It's a great way without you, my dear special.
One of my favorite supplements is quinol turmeric.
Seriously?
I remember that cold and lonely night. Sirens that flashing lights. Well, they took me underneath the stars. The place we could find close to Wanna go home? Oh, I wanna go home. Rocking in the smoky dead house cell. When I heard the red old yell, the man called himself a cowboy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the. I'm not gonna do the Menendez brothers because of Alita. In fact, I'm kind of. I feel like I'm taking her idea, but I mentioned this in the last members only live stream. I said I just have an idea. I can do if I can find them. I can do the trials of people that I do my true crime stories on. And Alina goes, "That's a great idea. That is a really great idea." So I was like, "Okay, I guess I can do that." I decided him first because last week you had asked her to do it. So I thought, well, I'll at least have one viewer if I do him. A big one, and I've never watched his trial. So I thought I'll get started with that one. And I know there's one that I really do, and I want to watch her trial. Because I watched a clip of just her on the stand, and I was like, oh my gosh, she would be a field day for behavior expert because she's crazy. Becky Robert, that woman, she's nuts. Crazy. And I followed that case for years. There was movies about her. I watched a bunch of documentaries, a bunch of news shows about her. That woman is a piece of work. I know when I did the Black Swan trial, I DM'd Alita and I was like, "You're not mad at me for streaming this trial, are you?" She was like, "No, of course not." I was like, "Okay, I was just making sure. I don't want to step on your Princess is very and there's some guy, forgot his name, that does history stuff. I was doing it for a while. Trial was a televised. More talking about the case. They call it century, though, I think is what they call it. So I didn't want to take the name classic trials. So I called my trial the past. And I'm not going to do it like a whole lot, just every once in a while. And I'm going to monitor Alita unless she can't stream a trial for whatever reason, and then I'll just stream it myself. Well, at least since it's songs, I've got some crochet. But I'm ready for the song to be over. It looks like there's only about 10 minutes or so left in this part.
Somebody's knocking at my door. Who's that knocking at my door? I see in the door. Is it? Boy, that's pretty stupid. I see the door. I guess I did. Somebody did. Let's turn this off. Well, I'm signing off the minute I got a visitor here. So, it's not me. Can I hear myself? I can't hear myself. Wow. I'm in a different place than the last time I recorded. Now I got the sky for a blanket, the earth for a bed, and ruffled up clothes for a pillow. It's okay. It's just the way it is. We'll take the good with the bad. And you know, at first this recording that I did, I had, you know, I don't know, I just, my heart was really heavy and I was toting a cold and trying to get over that. So, you know, the guitar playing wasn't all that good, my timing was off, so, because I wasn't feeling good, but at any rate, I just wanted y'all to have something to remember me about. Listen to those crickets. Man. Well, I don't know, you know. Yeah.
You had a girl in Sarasota.
Kind of lost for words. I really am. You know, just sitting here thinking about what to say. I really don't know what to say. You know, this much. I love you. I know we can't ever be together. But at least it's one consolation. At least I'm free. At least I'm healthy. And I know I have to run the rest of my life. But I'm getting pretty good at it. That means anything. I've been stopped by the police all night many times checking IDs and stuff. I guess I'll make two. Hope I do. Mom, I love you. Listen, I know you're a lot stronger than you know than you make out to be. You get along okay without me. I wish that it wasn't so. I'd love to be there by your side. But, you know, it's just like the little flying cubs. They grow up one day and they go off on their own. Well, it's just the way it is. So I don't want you feeling sorry for me. I don't want you worrying about me. I'm a big boy. I can take care of myself. So I don't want you to worry about me, okay? I'll be all right. We're all down here for just a breath anyway.
Well, you better get in that gun gear for me with that bow I got you now. Yeah, just go a couple of times and see if you don't get lucky with it. Take it out in the backyard and practice with it when you ain't got nothing else to do before deer season comes up this October. And give it a shot. Just make sure that you put on some, camouflage, good camouflage. Because I tell you something else too. Aim for the lungs, straight through the rib cage. Either there or the heart, but the best thing to do is hit the lungs. It's the best shot for a deer. Straight through the lungs. He don't go very far. Don't chase after him when you hit him, when you stick him. When that arrow hits him, what you got to do is you got to just watch which way he goes, and when he goes up, when he's out of sight, listen. You'll hear him banging in the trees and stuff, and then finally, you'll hear him either fall down, or you'll hear him stop running. Just stay right there until he bleeds to death, if you don't go and chase him. So what you need to do after you stick him is just sit right down there for about 30 minutes to an hour. It just depends on how you feel about it. That is, if you're going to ever do any deer hunting. I never could get you interested in it when you and I was able to go. You just, I don't know, just diminished. Well, brother, I'm hanging in there. Yeah, I'm hanging in there. I'll say that much for myself, for the moment. Plan on going the distance. I'm getting my best shot. Well, Dad, I hope you're doing better. It's probably won't even hear from me. Pop, I don't think he was ever really concerned about the way I felt anyway. No, I really don't. She never would take time to listen to me. She never cared about what I thought or felt. I never had a daddy that I could go to and confide in with my problems. He just pushed me away at a young age, Pop. I guess you and I, we both missed out on a lot. I wanted to make you proud. I let you down. I'm sorry for that. Well, I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I've got something I got to do. I love you. Bye.
That concludes the tape, Your Honor. I would like to say for the record that at least one juror had some blank pieces of paper. That's all the difference was, and we got that removed. It was just some staples and extra sheets in, so there was no other documents handed to the juror other than the ones everybody else had.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have Baylor collect those. Again, if you would, we're going to just leave the pads on the floor and collect those. Another instruction, don't talk to anyone about the case or even amongst yourselves at lunchtime. We will recess for lunch.
Okay, weird, because that wasn't the whole tape. Stop. What are you doing? Do what I tell you to do. I don't know why StreamYard is being so sluggish. They didn't play the last part of the tape where he said something I gotta go do. That was just the first part where he was talking to his parents.
Martin Snook.
And you are employed with the Electric County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Course of employment, have you been involved in the processing of certain pieces of evidence that have been collected in the cases that are known now as cases to homicide?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
I'm going to go ahead and show you the law states Exhibit 159 and the evidence and ask you to recognize this particular item, and if you would, please, you can take it out of the bag.
Now I'm back. I'm back. We already saw that guy, I thought. I'm confused. I thought we already saw this guy.
Is that taken from the campsite that's been since identified as Danny Rollins campsite?
Yes, it was.
I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 135 into evidence, which contained 2 envelopes. And ask you if you look in those envelopes and tell me whether or not you recognize what's in those.
I specifically recognize the containers themselves. Can't say that I actually ever saw the individual pieces of tape that are in them.
All right. Now, what are those?
These are 1 piece each of duct tape, which were taken from the curtains of Tracy Paulus's bedroom window.
In the course of your investigation, were you familiar with the fact that both these pieces of duct tape and the mask were sent to the FBI laboratory in Washington, D.C. for analysis and evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you tell the jury whether or not fabric pieces taken from the duct tape here in State's Exhibit 135 were consistent with the fabric on the mask that was previously shown to you?
According to the FBI analyst, the fibers that were removed from the adhesive side of the 2 pieces of duct tape were consistent with the fibers of the ski mask.
Now let me go ahead and show you 2 bags. 1 piece of evidence stored with State's Exhibit 139 into evidence, and 2 other items. Marked as States 47 into evidence and States 48 into evidence. If you'll go ahead and look inside, please, and see if you can recognize those items.
ASMR evidence opening. Hate it.
Again, I'm familiar with the containers that I'm seeing at this time.
Now, are those containers which contain substances that were removed from the wrist and leg of Christina Powell in States Exhibit 47 and 48?
Yes, ma'am. Both State Exhibit 47 and 48 came from the wrists and the ankle of Christina Powell.
Were these containers and the substances within them analyzed, or the substances within them analyzed by the FBI lab in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And what were the results of that analysis, if you know?
That the substance was an off-white in color, pressure-sensitive adhesive.
Now you're looking at States Exhibit, I think it's might be 134, 139. Is that also a container that had a substance that was removed from the wrists of Tracy Paulus at scene 3, that would be the Gatorwood scene?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And has that substance been analyzed by the FBI lab in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, ma'am.
And the conclusion that they drew after analysis?
The conclusion was the same, that it was an off-white colored pressure-sensitive adhesive consistent with duct tape.
Thank you. I'll take that back. If I can have a moment, Your Honor. And one last question, Investigator Smith. Yesterday, you looked at a photograph where there was adhesive around the watch band of Crystal Holt. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that also the substance that was gathered off that watch band and off of Crystal Hoyt's wrist, also analyzed by the FBI lab in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the same finding made as to that substance, that it was an off-white adhesive substance that wasn't back then on duct tape?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
No further questions, Your Honor. We ask that now be excused.
You're not excused.
He's not going anywhere. Good afternoon. Just reintroduce yourself, please.
I'm Edward Dix, a special agent with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Since you've already testified, I'm not going to go back through the areas of your assignment. I'd like to particularly have you address now an issue that happened in 1993. Were you assigned to the task force in 1993?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your duties with the task force in 1993, did you have occasion to participate in any interviews of Danny Harold Rowland?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you give?
If we interrupted long enough to note the continuing objection to the line of testimony relating to statements made by Mr. Lloyd.
I'll accept that as a continuing objection based on all the objections raised at your previous motion and ruled on that hearing.
Okay, I will be addressing both the January 31st statement and the February 4th, and you want to apply that to both?
Your Honor, I would ask that that objection made at the earlier hearing and earlier during this proceeding be noted and continued toward this testimony as well.
Both are noted. Local rule is stated on the record in the previous orders report.
Thank you. I think my question was, did you have an opportunity to participate in interviews of the defendant, Danny Harold Rowland?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you give us the dates of such interviews?
We interviewed him on January 31st, 1993, and again on February 4th, 1993,
And where did those interviews take place?
at Florida State Prison.
And who was present at the time of those interviews?
Detective Steve Kramick, Detective LeGrand Hewitt, and another inmate, eventually Bobby Lewis, and myself. Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
Fun fact, the only prison in the state of Florida that is actually called a prison is Florida State Prison, and that is where the electric chair is. But Danny Rowland was executed by lethal injection. I don't know if they give him a choice now. I know the electric chair is still there, but I don't know if they use it anymore. I know Ted Bundy was executed in Old Sparky, and yes, we call it that. It's Old Sparky.
Mechanically, were those interviews in any way recorded or kept?
Yes, sir. Both interviews were recorded on audio tape. The February 4th interview was also recorded on videotape.
Just 1 second.
Which one, Bundy or Rolling? I don't remember Bundy's. Rolling got. I put it in my video because I was so appalled. I know it was Lobster. Because I thought there was a price limit. Like, I mean, at one time I thought it was like $10. Of course, you can't get much nowadays for $10. But back then, and I think that I wrote it down because oh, here it is. Yeah. Lobster, shrimp, and cheesecake for dessert. He got more than that too because that's what Wikipedia said. But I know he got, because like I talked about all of it because it was like a salad and a roll and like all kinds of stuff. Like he got a good meal. Like, and I think I even said in my video, like I can't afford to eat a meal of lobster and shrimp. And yeah, he was executed by lethal injection on October 25th, 2006. So 16 years after he did it. Yeah, and I don't think I know what Bundy's last meal was.
Yeah, witness, Your Honor. Investigated next, I'm going to show you 2 packages. One is marked for identification purposes 7W. One is for identification purposes bearing identification 7Y. Ask you if you would open those and see if you recognize what's contained therein.
Yes, sir. In 7W, we have a copy of Mr. Rolling's invocation of the right to counsel and a copy of the Miranda waiver form from January 31st, 1993.
If you would look on the reverse side of the first document you referenced, sir, is there any addition or change to that document?
Yes, sir, there is.
And in what way is that document, has that form document been altered or changed?
This was the notice of invocation of right to counsel filed on Mr. Rolling's behalf. And on the back of it, we had hand printed a revocation of that right to counsel. And we'd included a part in there that Mr. Rolling was unwilling to agree to at that time. And we modified part of that by striking out those words and adding a portion.
Now, the document that you have in your hand, does it bear a signature?
Yes, sir. It's signed by Danny Rolling.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes, sir, it was.
When the audio tape of the January 31st events are played for the jury, will that be the document that is referenced and read as part of that audio taped interview?
Yes, sir, it is.
As to the other document that you have, which is the waiver of the Miranda, what is known as the Miranda waiver, when we hear the audio tape, will that be played for the jury? Will that which is played for the jury be the same as that which you have in your hand?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it also bear signature?
Yes, sir, it is signed by Danny Rolling.
And was that signed in your presence?
Yes, sir, it was.
Your Honor, the state would move that which has been marked for identification purposes as 7W as a composite exhibit comprised of one two-sided document and one one-sided document into evidence.
Over the previous objections raised by counsel, the hearings prior to the proceedings and also earlier at court order.
Received is number 167.
Investigator Dix, if you would have the opportunity to now open the other package which we previously identified. And could you identify, and first take a look at those, that which is contained therein, and see if you can identify it?
Yes, sir.
Within this document, if you would, Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a further identification marking on this if I could. I'm going to have this marked as a composite exhibit, and I need to have certain parts of it which are different from the others. You just give me one moment.
I'll mark this for identification purposes as composite. This being the first page, this being the second page, these being the following. This is the last. This was 7-1. 7-1-1. That's correct.
Agent Dix, I'm returning to you now the documents which are now not only marked as you identified them by 7Y, but they will each have a numerical number marking that portion of the composite. If you would reference now 7Y, composite 1.
Well, some people like breakfast.
Yes, sir.
with
This is
mine.
another copy of the Notice of Invocation of the Right to Counsel, signed by Danny Rolling.
And when was that done?
This was signed on 5/29/92.
And are there any alterations to that document?
On the reverse side, once again, we, this time, typed in revocation of this Notice of Right to Counsel.
And does that revocation bear a date?
Yes, sir. It was signed on 2/4/93.
On February the 4th, sir, was that the time in which the interview was actually videotaped?
Yes, sir, it is.
So when the videotape is played and a document is read on an invocation of counsel, will it be one and the same as that document?
Yes, sir, it will be this document.
If you would go to 7, and is that signed by, revocation signed by any person?
It's signed by Danny Harold Rolling.
Was that in your presence?
Yes, sir, it was.
You'd go to 7Y-2.
Yes, sir.
Would you identify what that is?
This is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Miranda Rights form by Danny Rolling and then signed in 2 places.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes, sir.
And dated when?
Stated February 4th, 1993.
Same question, it will be the one that actually is read and appears on the video.
Yes, sir, it is.
If you would now look at 7Y 3 through 7, you can identify what those are.
These are Polaroid photographs of an old stable of sorts. It was actually a research area on the University of Florida used several years ago in a white-tailed deer research program. These were taken on the 4th of February, very hurriedly. The quality is not very good because the film had been in the back of a car and had gotten a little too warm. We were trying to identify the location that we'd been given of where the murder weapon had been buried.
And who gave you the identification of that area?
Danny Rolling through Bobby Lewis, and then verified by Danny Rolling on January 31st interview, had told us the location of the murder weapon.
On the February 4th video, there will be a showing to Danny Rolling of some pictures and an inquiry about an area, the search of an area. Is that the area that was being searched?
Yes, sir, and these are the photographs that are shown to Danny Rolling on the video.
If you would now look at 7Y-8. And what is
First
that?
time I had calamari, I didn't know what I was eating. It was.
And this is a
mixed and
map
gross.
of the
And it was
general area where this research
Royal
stable was
Baked. I
located
don't know how
off
it was
of Archer Road.
And who drew that map?
It was in Venezuela. It was so good.
If you recall.
I believe this map was drawn by Martin Snook.
Was that map shown to any person?
Yes, sir, it was shown to Danny Rolling.
And in the video photo, there will be some discussion about a drawn map. Is that the map?
Yes, sir. Well, there are several maps passed around and diagrams. One that Bobby Lewis drew a little on and one that Danny Rolling actually drew a little on. And then this is one that we showed him trying to get an idea of where we were and if that was the same place that Danny Rolling was talking about.
And those will, all the documents that are in this composite 7Y exhibit are documents that will be shown and referenced in the video interview.
Yes, sir.
Now, the state will move this composite exhibit into evidence now as state's composite exhibit 7Y 1 through 8.
Which would be your objection.
Yes, sir.
I would
Objection on these matters as well.
a bloomin' onion,
Based on previous, rulings.
or they call it cactus blossom at Texas Roadhouse, Caesar salad, and barbecue ribs, and loaded baked potato from Texas Roadhouse. That would be mine.
I'm showing you now a display that has been marked for identification purposes as exhibit state's exhibit for identification purposes 8D. Do you recognize that photograph or
Yes,
picture?
yes, sir.
What is that?
That's a photograph taken off of the actual videotape from February the 4th. It's just a still image of part of the videotape.
Okay, if you would, I'm going to point with my glasses here to each of the persons that appears on this photograph, or actually a still, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to point to each of the persons. I'm going to ask if you will identify the name of each of these persons.
That's Detective Sergeant LeGrand Hewitt.
In the rice were.
That's Danny Rolling. That's Bobby Lewis.
Oh, cool, that was good.
That's Detective Steve Cramick. And that's me, Ed Dix.
Now, this setup, where is this room that we're looking at?
That's the courtroom at Florida State Prison.
And this bears date February 4th because that's the still, correct?
That's correct.
Are these the same participants in the January 31st, 1993 interview?
Yes, sir.
Is the setup of this interview that which it had been at the time of the January 31st, 1993 interview?
The interview on the 31st began exactly as it is pictured there, with the exception of Bobby Lewis was not there for probably exactly the same as that photograph.
Will the tape of the audio, excuse me, will the audio tape of January 31st, 1993 actually show and indicate when Bobby Lewis comes into the room?
Yes, sir, it will.
Once he's in the room, and from that point forward, is the setup of February 4th the same setup as January? Now, if you could, the February 4th, 1993 interview method, that is the method by which questions are asked and the method by which answers are elicited. Is it the same method of questioning and the same method of responses that was present on the January 31st, 1993 interview?
Yes, sir.
Without being very elaborate on it, can you just tell me basically how the questions were given and how the responses were elicited in that interview?
Danny Rolling had determined that Bobby Lewis was going to be the conduit for his confession. The only way he would talk to us was through Bobby Lewis. We had to ask Bobby Lewis the question. Bobby Lewis would respond with an answer. Then we would ask Danny Rolling, is that correct? And Danny would say either, yes, that's correct, or he would either say no, or he would lean over to Bobby Lewis and give him some other information. Then Bobby would give us another response, and we would once again verify that with Danny, is that correct? And he would either say yes or no.
That's ridiculous.
And that method was used all but the first 20 minutes of the first interview tape.
Yes, sir. During that time, we were talking directly to him, to Danny Rolling. One, to see why he wanted us to come to Florida State Prison to talk to him, and then to see if we could interview him without bringing Bobby Lewis in.
Just 1 second. You approach with the shot. Showing you now that which has been marked as states exhibit for identification purposes 7X. Ask if you would open that and tell me what it is. But I moved.
There's a question basically that says, what does that implication mean? What does it do? I think that'll become apparent as the testimony comes out. You can watch that.
I'll ask a couple of questions on that, but I really believe that it'll play. We'll amplify how that works in the audios. I think I was asking you about 7X.
Yes, sir.
What is that, sir?
These are the 3 audio cassette tapes that we made on January 31st, 1993 of the interview with Danny Rolling.
Does that constitute the entire interview of that date with Danny Rolling? Does that constitute the entire interview?
Yes, sir, this is the entire interview.
And within that interview, the time period of that interview is when the documents that have been referenced earlier as both the waiver of the Miranda rights and the revocation of the invocation of counsel appear.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity at anyone's direction to review these tapes?
Yes, sir.
Do they accurately depict the entire interview of January 31st?
These tapes I'm holding accurately depict the entire interview. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move 7X into evidence.
All right, those are the same objections raised previously by counsel on motion and again, this court, based on the rules previously, there's notice made in open court for the rules of objection.
Now, I note the way you answered that question, you were probably a little buffaloed. Have you had an opportunity at my direction to listen to any tapes which have been prepared to be played for this jury?
Yes, sir.
You were aware that by either agreement of the parties or order of the court, they are changed in some way?
Yes, sir. They've been edited.
Other than the fact that they've been edited by direction of the parties or order of the court, are they in all other manner the same as the tape, the original of the tape of January 31st?
Yes, sir. They're the same.
So that I'm clear on this, what the jury will ultimately be played from January 31st will be exactly that tape, except for those things that have been taken out by direction of the court.
Yes, sir. There will be some period in there because of something being taken out where you'll be on one subject and then suddenly you may be on another one, and there will be a little loss of continuity there. You'll wonder what happened in between, but it's because some things have been edited by order of the court.
This 7X is to be received with the next number exhibit.
Yes.
That would be 169.
One exhibit.
Yes, and here, may we approach? At this time, Your Honor, before proceeding with this, the state would move the redacted version, which I do not have because it's currently being physically used, set up to be played. The redacted version of January 31st, which counsel has had an opportunity to review the redactions up through and including today. With the exception of those, that being the same as that, I move that into evidence.
Again, same objections carried forward to the redacted version and carried to the original version. What I want the clerk to do is mark this under the same number -2. So that we can keep straight in the record that which the jury is proceeding, which the court is ordering into the record.
Now, I object if you would.
7Z.
Would you review what's been marked for identification purposes as states 7Z and see if you can tell us what that is?
This is the videotape of the interview with Danny Rolling at Florida State Prison on February 4th, 1993.
Have you had an opportunity at anyone's direction to play that videotape?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to determine whether or not it is a videotape that accurately depicts the interview of February 4th, 1993 with these participants that have been shown to the court on what's been marked for identification purposes as states 8D?
Yes, sir. It's accurate.
Your Honor, the state would move 7Z into evidence.
Right. Again, over the same objections raised at the previous hearing and in open court. Court rules the objections.
Received is number 170. 170.
That tape is actually in here, isn't it? Okay. Have you at anyone's direction had an opportunity to prepare a redacted videotape of the February 4th, 1993, I say prepare, have you reviewed that which has been prepared as a redacted videotape of the February 4th, 1993 interview?
Yes, sir.
And is that interview tape in all ways the same as that which has been received in evidence, except to the degree that it has been redacted either by the agreement of the parties or by direction of the court?
Except for those portions that were edited out, it is exactly the same as the original.
Your Honor, the state would move this as sub 2 of the last amendment.
Subject to the same objections previously raised, same ruling of the court to be admitted over the objections.
Let the record reflect that's actually a composite of 2 reels. I'm not going to go into this in great detail, Agent Dix, but I would like to back up just for a moment because there was some inquiry. The Miranda forms that you have referred to as the Miranda forms that have been admitted into evidence either independently for the January 31st or as a composite on February the 4th, is that a standard form by which your agency provides defendants the right to knowledge of their rights under the Constitution?
Yes, sir.
And is there a place within that document that plainly depicts their waiver of those rights?
Yes, sir, there is.
Is that document read and signed and the waivers explained on the video and audio tapes?
Yes, sir, on both of them, Danny Rolling actually reads the Miranda warning, or his right to counsel, right to remain silent, and then he actually reads the waiver, a separate paragraph underneath.
As to that which was the Sixth Amendment document, that which you call the invocation of counsel?
Yes, sir.
Where there has been an addition on the back?
Yes, sir.
Or an alteration on the back, one time, I believe, in writing, and in the case of February the 4th, in a typewritten form?
Yes, sir.
Is that also something that the agencies reviews with the defendant before the interview takes place?
Yes, sir, we did. Both verbally and having Danny Rolling read that himself, and that right to, or invocation of counsel, was a statement telling law enforcement not to in any way contact Danny Rolling unless they notified us first. It was telling us that he had an attorney and that he did not want to talk to us at any time.
And the waiver of that, the revocation of that invocation, is that explained and read in these respective tapes?
Yeah, I think the tape speaks for itself.
Well, we've had a specific question.
I-
It does speak for itself. I think the exhibit speaks for themselves, but I don't have any problem with us explaining it, given the query of the jury.
That's the only reason I'm going back, it was just real quick. Is all of those explanations as to the language that appears in the revocation section, where the person revokes that invocation of counsel, is reflected in both of the tapes?
Yes, sir, it is. On the back, we, on one instance, hand printed it actually in, and the other time we had it ready beforehand and we were able to type it in, where he says that he realizes he had made this invocation of counsel, that he did not want to talk to us, and he was waiving it at this time that he did in fact want to talk to law enforcement.
Agent Dix, now you explained that the videotape actually is the second interview.
Correct.
There is, frankly, the first tape is much longer, the audio tape,
Yes, sir.
and the details of the homicides are much more explained in the first tape, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
But the second tape, you talk about the search for the knife,
Yes, sir.
and that's when you also review some of the homicides.
Yes, sir.
The speakers and the voices in the second tape are exactly the same speakers and voices in the first tape.
They are.
And we are prepared now to play the second tape first and then the first tape second.
Yes, sir.
That is an effort to allow people to see how the interview was done before they hear the more confessional tape.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state is prepared to play that which has been marked in evidence as and I have used the term, and I think the court's about to explain it, I was about to say the redacted video, which is 170-2. When you say redacted, does that mean it's been edited or changed?
Yes, sir.
And things have been taken out of it.
Things have been removed from it. Nothing's been added, but things have been taken out of it.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the state's prepared after an explanation by the court to proceed to play the second interview, which is February 4th. Time-wise, Your Honor, this one is about an hour and 5 minutes. The audio tape, which we plan to play, is about almost 3 hours. We're going to play one more videotape after this from Channel 9, which will be taken out of order because the man from Orlando is here. And tomorrow morning probably will be then kicking up with the 3-hour audio tape.
All right, let me just plain English. There are 3 words you've heard used. If I can help you with them, one is redaction or redacting. And it simply means to take words out of either a transcript or a video or an audio tape. And I will tell you that has been done in this case. As I told you, I rule on things that are relevant or things that are not relevant to your consideration. And that was done as to these matters because I made a ruling on things that I simply did not think were relevant for your consideration. So understand that this is not to keep things from you that are necessary for your decisions, to keep things from you that are not necessary or not appropriate to your decision. That was done in my direction. The other word you've heard is an invocation. An invocation is simply a declaration, a statement, either orally or in writing by a person that they wish to exercise certain fundamental rights. And a revocation or a waiver is a declaration or a statement by a person that they no longer wish to exercise those rights. That's in plain English. So those are the terms you're going to hear. The specifics of these invocations or revocations or waivers will be contained in the exhibits that have been presented in this evidence. And you will have those to personally review when you retire to deliberate, so you know exactly what they mean in this case. Now with that, being that it's going to be an hour plus, let's take a short break now so you can come back and spend the whole hour on the telephone.
The B portion, the first tape.
Go ahead.
Special evidence for the Department of Law Enforcement. Just like the city council, we talk about how we got here today. You requested us to come up today, is that correct? Yes, I did. And how did you go about making that request? The proper channel, the officer did. You told him that you wanted to talk to the police. I did. Just like before, to show you this notice of notification of the right to counsel that you signed sometime in May of 1992, said that you didn't want to talk to police and want them to contact you. Could you read that for us once again? You got your glasses with you? Yes, sir, I did. Want me to read it again? Could you? Wow, a couple words in there that I was thinking. Just like the band, he'll help you. Okay, this notice of invocation for the right to counsel. I hereby invoke and exercise our right to counsel pursuant to the 6th Amendment and the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, 12, and 16 of the State of Florida Constitution, and the case law thereunder. I desire
to have my attorney, the public defender, or one of his or her assistants present before and during any questioning, interrogation, interviewing, or other conversation whatsoever between myself and any police agency, prosecutor, or agents thereof, wherein there is any possibility that anything I say could be used against me. I therefore announce my desire to have counsel present before anybody talks to me about any matter relating to this case or any charges pending against me or any other criminal matter in which I am suspect, or can reasonably be expected to become a suspect based on anything I might say. This notice is solely an exercise of my rights and in no way is to be construed as any direct or indirect admission of guilt or criminal liability. I further state that no time in the future do I or will I waive, that is, give up my right to have my attorney present unless and until consultation with my attorney. I specifically waive, give up all or all of my rights in written form. Notice is hereby given by me and my undersigned attorney that I will litigate and seek sanctions and or damages against anyone who violates or attempts to violate my constitutional and or statutory rights and both by me. With this notice, after being fully advised of my constitutional and statutory rights against self-determination by my attorney, I assign this notice upon advice of counsel. I hereby certify a true copy of the forewarning has been furnished to the office of State Attorney, Post Office Box 1437, Gainesville, Florida, and to the Ocala County Department of Corrections, Gainesville, Florida, and and with a lot of love from this is litigated. Okay, that's the form that you signed that your attorney presented to us, telling us that you didn't want to talk to us, and now that you requested us come out and talk to you. This is so correct. On the back, we typed in another just like before, and we say, would you read that one? I have read this notice of invocation of the right of counsel. Understand my rights, which are stated on this notice. I hereby withdraw my previous invocation of counsel. Even though I know and understand I have the right to have my attorney present, I do not want my attorney at this time. I am now willing to make a statement and answer the questions concerning Gainesville's certain murder case and or any other crime which I have participated in. And then it's got a place for me to sign my name. It's all that. Is that what you want to do today? Yes, I do. Okay. When we came in, I know you know who we are by now. We didn't show you that we have credentials here. Say we're police officers. I really looked at since we've already been here twice. Yeah, this is the same form that we read through last time before. You want to read this one to you? You want to read this one for us this time as well? It's not that I was all set. If you read it out loud for me, that would be sufficient. Fraud, criminal law enforcement, your rights. Before we ask you any questions concerning the Gainesville citizen homicide and or any other crime which you have participated in, you have the right to remain silent. I just said that last line there, if you kind of hear it and understand. You must really understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and will be used as evidence against you in court. If you wish, you have the right to call a family attorney at this time and ask his advice before saying anything. To have him with you during the question.
If you want an attorney, cannot afford to hire one, the board will appoint one for you. And you have the right to this court-appointed attorney to lie before saying anything, and to have him present with you during any questioning. If you decide to answer questions now and waive your rights to first talk with an attorney or have an attorney present with you during questioning, you will have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. I fully understand my rights aren't supposed to be signed and they can say the waiver of rights. I have thoroughly read your motion. I fully understand my rights are. I do not want an attorney at this time. I am willing to accept and answer any questions concerning this investigation. I fully understand and know what I'm doing. No
Still admitting what he did.
promises have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any
I'm
kind
not
has
sure.
been used against me. Do you understand? Yes, right. Yes, right. Will you sign that for me?
Yeah, the Robert Keller's filed that, and I think first collection was yesterday.
You tend to be more thorough this time than you did last go around, it appears. Why exactly? Because it's the same point that we did last go around, but you brought the video. Well, we decided we'd like to try it anyway. If you didn't mind, if you bothered, we'll turn it off. Then so, okay, you sure? Sure. Okay. Well, if you bothered, we'll turn it off. Consideration, no problem. Have you heard from Mr. Parker yet? No, sir, that's one thing I need to kind of discuss that, because I really feel like, I don't want him to hear about this secondhand. The man deserves to hear it from me first. So I'd like to get in touch with him, let him know what's going on there, so that he can, prepare things, around what we're doing here. Does that mean you want to call him right now? If I could, yeah. Well, after our little session. After we get through talking, we'll talk. You don't need it all. You don't want to hear right now. Obviously, you want to talk about something. You want to tell us what it's probably a sticky form, that's why I brought the man. You told us before that Bob was your confessor, he was the person who wanted to act as your communicator, your agent. Sir, there are certain things that are too difficult for me to speak myself, and so it's just, I can't. That's, so it's not easy, yes, he's my professor, and I'll let him speak for me. He's been able to tell a lot of things over a period of time, and you want him to language. Bobby, will tell us why we're here today. To the issue today that he thought was real important is he was asked about the area that he was camped in at the time. And the campsite that was actually found on the night contained his glasses and jewelry and stuff like that. He refers to as the second campsite. There were two campsites. The first campsite was directly across the highway from Gainesville, maybe 200 to 300 yards. He used the same tent and setup. It was moved the day before the bank robbery. That campsite that y'all found is the one he refers to as the second campsite. This campsite he refers to as the first campsite. At the first was left, these things that he knows for sure would be out there, Playboy magazine, and about 50 pieces. There may be other schools that temporarily, we said across the highway from Bennington to across directly straight across the highway from Bennington, maybe 200 to 300 yards straight out of the wood, in a wooded area. This wooded area on August morning of August
29th, Danny was at a mobile home park and made contact with a black male that he was found in the woods with. And he thought that this black male's family had called the police, and so Danny ran off into the woods. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay. Is that correct, Danny? Yes. Okay. Later on that day, Danny was in an old abandoned house, and I believe this is going to be the wooded area we're talking about, with campsite number 1, we'll call it. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. This abandoned house, if I was at this abandoned house, where at would I go to find this other campsite? Straight behind. Okay. Do you remember some, or Danny remember some old automobiles jumped out the same was there anything left in this abandoned house? Does Danny remember a white male that seen him on the carport of a house, duplex house right across the street from this abandoned house? Yes. Okay. And right behind that abandoned house is what campsite number 1.
Can you guys hear me? It said I was disconnected from my audio. It did that once before, and this fly is driving me insane. It did that once before. It did it during the Black Swan trial, and everything was going fine. Nobody said anything. You guys are good about telling me when you can't hear me. But I was getting pop-ups saying that my mic was disconnected. Oh, I was frozen for about a minute.
Immediately after that, where we packed up and moved, or did you lay in the woods for long?
Sounds better.
Okay. He moved it right after, that's where he stayed with that. So say like when we moved the campsite? Yes. Okay. Is, campsite 1 was moved before, probably. Okay. So we returned early in the morning. We returned it and then get this sequence. Early in the wee hours of Monday morning, Tracy Paul, mainly the vote, was killed. And we went through it the other night. Danny Williams was responsible for those 2 homicides. Is that correct? That's correct. And that was on Monday morning. Is that correct, man? I don't remember what that was. Okay. A few hours after that, he must have moved his campsite. Is that correct? Monday morning. Say this again. Okay, I'm trying to get the sequence of events, that's all I'm trying to do, is get in the sequence. We have Gatorwood homicides in the wee hours of Monday morning. Okay? Then we have the campsite being moved that same morning sometime. Did the bank robbery occur that same day? The bank robbery occurred at about 11:30 that morning. You're absolutely correct. Okay. Okay. Let me ask you something just for curiosity's sake. Did Danny go back to Crystal Hoyts and see all the law enforcement there after or prior to him going to Gatorwood? No. So he had no idea that Crystal Hoyt's body was found at the same time that he went to Gatorwood and killed Manny's brother, Tracy Collins. No. Is that correct, Manny? It's true. Okay.
Without finding the bank robbery,
No. That's all correct, Manny? Yes. Then we, when you first walked in here today, you asked us if we were if we've been on our little treasure hunt, and if we were lucrative or if we found anything. And we have been on that hunt for the last 4 days, but we haven't found anything. Okay, and just so you know, we feel like we're at the right place, the place that you described to us. Could you give us a little bit more information about what this place looks like?
every detail that you remember. Just what I gave you all the first time, the detail of this will be for a pretty long period of time, but he sat down for maybe an hour, hour and a half, trying to figure out everything you could remember about it before, let me ask you some questions about it, see if you remember this. What's the, you can't believe what it is, the child had to with the knife machine, in case there was, what's the sheet made out of?
Is that correct, man? Those questions, those last two questions, I believe the first one was, is a knife in the sheet, what's the sheet made out of lead? Those questions answered correctly.
When the knife was placed in the hole, is the knife laying sideways in the hole, or is it punched down into the dirt, straight down the dirt? Punched straight down.
Is that correct, man?
Are the gloves on top of the knife? To the side of the same hole, in the same hole, but you don't know.
Is that correct, man?
How was the hole done? Meaning, was it just bare hands, or was there a shovel, or some kind of implement, or use a knife to loosen the dirt? Use a knife? It was real soft sand, so it was real soft sand.
Is that correct?
It was real soft sand? Yes. You didn't have to be through a layer of manure or anything to figure it out.
Do you remember the hard manure that was in the stalks? Do you remember seeing that?
Let me ask you this thing, when you went into it, it's like a staple up there, you got an open area down the middle with stalls or pins on both sides. When he went into a pin,
walk down over the center thing, and then you go to the pins on the side. You went into a pin. And you thought the pin was the first or second, correct? On which side? On the right-hand side. Is that correct? As you enter the if you were coming from Gainesville Apartments or from the roadway, passing by the convenience store, and then going off towards this building, you would have entered as to the end closest to that convenience store, going into the building. We don't have that. Do you remember how that started? So can you draw it again? Just a rough sketch or Danny, either one? And then maybe the Gator Apartments. Okay. Same side of the road, staying straight out. Convenience store. Dirt road beside the convenience store. Out of sight right here. Heavy, bushy area. You can't see from the road. The chicken coop structure. Okay. We came to that building with Danny car into. And then, okay. And how far into that building would you have gone before you entered the inn? 10 feet. 10 feet? I'm asking, I guess, or how many are? Yeah, if we guess in feet, or could we guess in number of doors? First, second, third, fourth, right? There's a lot of junk inside the store. A lot of stuff's been stored there over the years. You remember some of the stuff that was there? And if you could, you know, some of the items that were in there that was stored, so we can get an idea of maybe what was there. Junk like old typewriters, washing machines, and stuff like that. Is that correct? Was there any of the stalls, was the stall that you went into, the pin you went into, was it blocked and you had to move something, or did you walk right in? Is that correct, Andy? You don't remember this? Okay. Do you remember, yeah, when he come back out after burying the instrument, did he block the one? No, he did, or no, he don't remember. You don't remember? Okay, is that correct? You don't? Okay. Did he go through the doorway of the pen or through a smaller? I don't know. I didn't know that it was time for it was getting the deadline on the morning in our road. It's not very good at But if you would draw a pen and shoot, the size of this road right here is a reference. How big? 6, 8 feet by 10. Danny, could you, I think in some information that we got, I don't know if it was what we were told the other night or not, but it said that this was overgrown. Was the pins themselves inside overgrown? Did they have trees and brush inside the pins, or was it just the outside? Basically, like something with an overgrowth was that it couldn't be
feet from the road.
Okay. Did he have to go through any brush or, little trees or anything inside the pen to get to wherever he wanted to bury the knife? So it was kind of then just walk inside the door and bury it. How dark was it still? Was it right in daylight? I mean, was it good enough that he could see real well?
It was still dark when we went in.
So there's a possibility he could have broken through the door. I call it
The noise was reasonably dark. No possibility that there goes. But the night when we started digging, we covered that further there, it was just real soft. It was real easy.
I'm sorry, but that is so childish. So childish and so immature. Like when kids are mad at other kids and they're like, I'm not speaking to you. And then they tell their friend, tell so-and-so such and such. Because they're like, I'm not speaking to you. But like the other kid's right there in earshot and can hear everything they say. Like that scene from Harry Potter where Hermione's like, so-and-so told so-and-so told so-and-so to tell you. And then Harry's like, what? And Hermione's like, please don't make me say it again. And then she gets mad and she's like, I'm not an owl. It's like that. They're sitting right there, man. Just tell them with your own mouth, for crying out loud. Like, what is the point of telling it through another person? You're sitting right there. I don't understand the point of this. Why is he doing it this way? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, consider too that we're talking 2.5, 3 years ago that where y'all talking about this hard, because that place since then or anything else, so we're moved out of it.
And we realize that we're just trying to get a better endpoint. We're trying to think 2.5 years ago.
Danny had to do people from he had been there, he was just in the direction he just left on the side.
You found this up there with light the first time? Right after Gatorwood, you never just walk around during the daytime in town?
Say that again?
I was curious if, like, whenever you're walking around Gainesville, you might have walked up on this place during the day. Sometimes we might have.
No, after he left the Gatorwood, he was shrewd with what he had said to do. He was looking for a place to bury the stuff he was buried usually.
If you drew a rectangle on that paper like that, and it's a square, and that's the pin. That's the door you come in. To the pin.
That's where the spot might be. That's where you come in the pin, and this is the pin. And you sit right in the middle. Is that what? It's right on the. There's a couple steps through the door. Doors in the wrong part. The door's in the wrong spot because, it depends on what you do here. There's 2 doors we got. There you go. So the door's on that side.
You're better artist.
This is the artist right here. That's why we all don't want to talk.
I see what you're going through.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
Okay. Okay, what we did, and this is what we did. This is what we did. We took one of these single stalls, okay, and that's what we drew here, was one of those single stalls. It has a little door on it. It's right in the middle of that single stall. This is one of those. Yeah. Right in the middle, about how far back? Is it like in the front half or the back half? Which is, I understand what you're saying. So that's in that middle, right here, so that little lead, and we thought that's what you meant. Okay, but we're trying to find out, if we spent 4 days out. I'm sorry to hear that, because I can't believe you guys are having so much trouble with it. Neither did we. We were able to do this. Was there another building like this? Gentlemen, I just don't know. I mean, now I'm confused. I'm pretty confused too. Realize this film was bad, man. Yeah. That's what one of the inside of the pins look like, and I'm looking through the door on the end of one of these pins. And this shot here, 3:39 p.m. on Thursday Road, page 1, shot 2. This shot here, looking down, if I walk down this road here, you know, where you come in this field and look straight down, that's where they take it. The film got too lost and gone and didn't show it very well. There's a big electrical transformers and stuff right behind the big cable. This is the place. It's about transfer. You know that? But that was anything put on top of it so it could be back on the way before? You know, there was no kitchen out to go back and get it, you know, get things for it. There's another sketch that we did, and this is the convenience store right here. And this is the road, here's the power station right here, this is the new power station. And this is where we're going at, and this is the center where everything's stored, and it just depends on this side. That looks like this. Are you positive this on the right side? But it's no more than just a few steps through the door to it. This has been a long time ago. Yeah, and there's been growth since then, and people get in and out of there, and we're just trying to alleviate some labor on it. That's all. I know we've covered this once before. It is inside one of these pins. It's not in this center section. Correct. It's in the other one. Okay. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, he didn't have to dig through any roots or anything, he just saw. Pure salt.
You just chop dirt up with a knife and then scoop it out with your hands, and that was it. Just that great handle with foot high up. And then when you got to the depth, you hold one, so you just took a knife and started all the way down as far as you go, with the point end down into the ground. Put the gloves in and cover it all back up. Is that correct? Is that correct, Dan? Okay. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm just trying to maintain, you know, it's not easy.
One reason why we bother
I'm not asking for sympathy, but I need support.
Do you have a question for me? Why are you tired? We never had a story about this. Yeah, we had I'm so surprised that you guys have such a time. I figured 3 years and a lot of change. Yeah, there's some curious plants growing in there that have roots this big around, you know, they're just taking time to do it all, you know. If you were to go back to this area, where the brine was buried, do you think you'd be able to pinpoint where you walk in that evening or that morning? Buried? Yeah. Would you be willing to do that? I'm not saying we can do it. I don't know if we can arrange a court order to get it done, but would you be willing to do it if we could? Would you be able to? Would you be willing to do it? Danny Rowland, but I don't know that we could get both of you out to do it.
Willing to do what?
You guys can't find it. Well, I'm saying if we can't find it, you know, we're gonna go back and try again. You would be, okay. All of that might not be necessary, Danny, we don't want to interrupt your life. Yeah. Wow.
I have an existence.
Okay.
I got a life hereafter, but, you know, my life here is less than what you would call living.
I'm blessed in something in many ways. I have a friend such as Bobby who's willing to help support me through this and help me do this. And I have people who care about me. And I know that, you know, I'm set time out for God. Has there been anything else that Dan's thought of except for the second one? I guess the first one right now.
That was what the second year was called, the default program, and actually, the kind of default migration to the port, that would still have maybe like playboard magazine, you know, other physical evidence around there. It felt like
Apparently, Dan had committed from this particular campsite, and then he moved it. And then went to this back property. That's the kind of thing that I got from the earlier conversation.
yes, it is.
Okay, is that correct, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would there be like clothing or anything like that around, in and around this campsite or buried around this campsite number one, we'll call it?
No, he could remember he had said one time something about her shoes, and it wasn't sure to change his mind. Outside of that, he couldn't remember that.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. What kind of shoes was Danny wearing during this homicide?
White canvas loafers.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. Okay, is that the best that you remember? That you remember? Yes. Are you positive that what you're wearing? No. Okay.
I got it off the river. At the third scene, Manny was going to entrance calls when he opened the sliding glass door. Was he able to do that from wide out? Yes. The door didn't make any out of the speaker. The door, because he said that most people that are here know the reason why you can get into, especially with some of the screwdriver. Or the people inside, or did he do that prior to that coming? Was the door broken and he was out of while they were home?
Is that correct? Yes.
And the door was quietly open, is that correct? That's correct. And is that correct? Was quiet? Yes. That's from Christy Ford. He had went into her room before she came home. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's what? Correct.
Is that correct, Dan?
Yes.
Dan, was Danny aware that there was 2 females in Williamsburg before he broke in that door? Is that correct, Dan?
Yes.
So he just crept upstairs to see if there was anybody else before he did anything to Christine Powell, who was asleep on the couch?
Yes.
Is that correct, Dan? Dan, just so, if you don't mind, I'd like to run through a sequence of events here. Nobody want to do it? Some listen. Dr. agrees, I agree. I disagree, because it's not correct. Okay. Can we do it like we did the other night? Sure. Okay. The Williamsburg homicide, that was the first 2, Christine Powell, Sonia Rush. The day Roy, like we said the other night, he committed those homicides the night he moved out of University Inn. Is that correct?
He knows it was afterwards, but he don't know if it was the same night.
So he was camping at campsite number 1 and committed the first 2 homicides. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct? Yes. And he had never seen Christine Powell or Larson prior to enter their apartment that night. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
Is that correct, Dan? That's correct. Okay. How many nights after that night did he go to Crystal Hoyt's apartment? Does he remember?
He had a very hard time with the exact dates and that their time period was growing up from the week.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. But Crystal Hoyt was the next homicide that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to Danny breaking into Chris Hoyt's apartment to commit the homicide, did he peek into her window or her slide glass door? Is that correct, Danny? Was that maybe the night prior to or 2 nights prior to? Yes, it was. Is that correct, Danny? Yes. Okay. Did he watch her undress? Is that what he's doing when he's peeking? He's had, yes. Is that correct, Danny? Yes. Okay. And did he in fact see Chris McCoy in her bedroom on one of the occasions? Yes, he did. Okay. How was he able to look in the bedroom through that sliding glass door? Did he have to position himself? Just blinds, sir. It was just blinds, sir. Is that correct? All correct, man? Then we go to, he's still staying at campsite 1 during this time, is that correct? That's correct. Is that correct, man? Okay. Then we go to Gainesville. And prior to him going in and committing homicides of Tracy Paul and Manny DeBoe, did he peek in to those windows and watch Tracy Paul? Yes, he did. Is that correct, Dan? Yes. Was that, do we know if that was on a night prior to the night that he, the same night, he peeked into her window, but just earlier, I said forward. Was he peeking that he left and come back hours later? He said they were peeking until it was time to break in. Yes. Is that correct, Ian? Yes. Okay. Once he entered the Gateway apartment, Tracy Paul's neighborhood, she didn't have any concern that someone else might be able to look in the same window to see him in there. 3 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct, me? That's the personality exam I wasn't sure about. When he looked in and see Tracy, how was he? She didn't have a drink on us. Just open. Yes. Is that correct, Kid? And when he went in at 3 in the morning, he left the drapes open and she closed them. He had closed the blinds. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. These nights, if you went out, there was the nights, man. We always take on, we always take 9, 7. Usually it's 9 guys take, wearing a black outfit. With their nights, they went out. That's what I'm successful. They always carry that with them. That's your name. Yes. I got good before I was always down. I would see them. They got kind of angry. Sure they were trying to do that. And the professional, general handlers. All right. All right. Right here, somewhere, push it up through the water, get something on the church. You want to take a break, get some coffee, take some from y'all, it's a yard of one there. Set it aside and slow walk before most of the serious, it's a matter of minutes before they just find that in the information comes through. Okay, we're back on again, 1623. Here we go, video working out. Yeah. What's that? Everything? Yes, okay. That's why it looks like that. Yeah, we're talking about, the thing that we got at the campsite and the songs that were on the on that tape. None of the songs relate to the Gainesville student call signs, is that correct? This is so. But there is one last sentence on the tape from the campsite which says something to the nature of, well, I got to go, I've got something to do, or something to that nature. And as we talked the other night, that relates to you going to probably the first crime scene, Williamsburg in Gainesville, is that correct? That's correct. Is that right, Danny? Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. Is there anything else that Bobby that Ben wanted to tell us today? That Danny thinks we need to know that he might want to tell you that we tell us right now? Good stuff. Is there anything that he remembered since we talked the other night? One of the questions I asked the other night that he couldn't remember was how did he disrobe, or how did he take the victim's clothes off? Was he able to remember between when we talked Sunday night and today how he managed to do that? Some of them he may have ripped off. Some of them he may have ripped off. Okay, is that correct, man? Possibly. Okay. Did he possibly use his knife to disrobe him in any way? Probably yes. Is that correct, man? Yes. Okay. But they would have been, and I'm talking about Christine Powell, Krista Hoyt, and Tracy Paul at this time. Were they clothed prior to him buying them with the tape? Okay, is that correct, Dan? I believe so. Okay. And so he had to get the clothes off of them some way while they were bound, is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Is that right, Dan? Okay. And I believe Danny wanted to tell us for the record the other night that none of his victims in Gainesville, I don't know about Edward, but none of his victims in Gainesville were sodomized, is that correct? That's absolutely correct. Is that correct, Dan? Yes, no, so not the one. They are slashed on the face. Okay, is that correct, Dan? Yes, sir. He's never had saw with no one. Okay. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Danny, whatever you or whatever he finished, did he wear the same clothes in each one of the crimes? Yes, he did. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Whenever, did he clean up his knife and any other, his roll of tape or whatever the case may be, did he take care of clean in between his crime scene, his knife, and get it prepared to go to his next crime scene, or he just wiped it off? Is that correct, Nancy? When he was done with it, at the end of Gatorwood, he wasn't buried. Was it wiped off, was it cleaned off prior to sticking it in the sheet and going and burying it, or was it dirty when buried? It was dirty. So it was covered with blood whenever he buried it. Is that correct? Is that correct, Nancy? Okay. And the gloves that were buried there, they were also probably covered with blood, saying as he had a fight with Nancy Brandon.
So apparently, because I just Googled it, because I still think it's stupid that he's doing it this way, but he said that Bobby was a good soul, Bobby Lewis, and that he was doing it this way for him so he could do something good in his life. So Bobby could do something good in his life. So by Bobby telling the cops what Danny did, that would redeem him in some way, would redeem himself. Bobby would redeem himself in some way. No, that's not how that works. I don't even know who Bobby Lewis is or what he did, but now I'm going to have to look him up. And he also, I don't know why I didn't come across this when I was doing the research for his story. He was incarcerated in Mississippi for something before this, and he blamed that incarceration on him doing this. That he said that living in inhumane conditions drove him insane. Okay. Well, if you don't like living in inhumane conditions, why would you do something to go back to living in prison again? That makes no sense. Yeah, he's just a sick and twisted. He's a monster. He's just real life monster. That's all I can say. If you notice, these guys, their reason, their rationale for doing the things they do, not just the crimes like this, why he's talking through this other guy, their explanations for stuff never make sense. Like their logic, they have twisted logic. Now, my stepdaughter, she's not, she's a normal person. She's a good kid. But she has twisted logic when it comes to certain things. And it's funny. And we call it Casey logic. And it's kind of like this. Like, the logic doesn't make sense. We make sense of Casey logic now because we know how she thinks. And we just laugh it off and call it Casey logic. Yeah, that's more Casey logic. So it's like, these people, like, they have their own version of logic. It doesn't make sense to the normal person, but it's their version of logic and it makes sense to them.
Was there a reason why he didn't bury the screwdriver and
9 p.m. we started tape 2. Then he was in here wrong, Bobby Lewis. Those are the Detective Crazy, starting to do it, special agent business.
Is there a reason why he didn't bury his screwdriver and other articles right along with the knife and gun?
Screwdriver was wrong with the gun, but you don't know.
The screwdriver was on the gun for the plug was wrong.
Screwdriver. Oh, it was wrong with the trash. Except for the pants, he kept them and washed them, and y'all had the pants, so black and white.
Those are the same pants that you wore each one of the crime scenes with black and white pants. That's correct. Is that correct, Nancy? And I believe you wore some kind of black shirt. Is that what I was told the other night?
That's correct.
Okay, is that correct, Nancy? Yes. Okay. The screwdriver that we found at the campsite was clothing. I think the other night I was told that that was the screwdriver that was used in all three, well, at least the second two, I believe, is what was told the other night. The first one, I believe he told us he didn't use any instrument, he just walked in.
And the first one, the door was locked, but it just kind of opened on its own.
Okay. And was the screwdriver that we found at the campsite, is that the one that he used to get into crime scene 2 and 3, Gainesville, or Gainesville, or crime scene? Now, the other night, my understanding was that Williamsburg was unlocked, and he just pulled it over, and now I understand the door was locked, and he didn't have to use much force, but he may have used the screwdriver a little bit to jimmy the lock, or
Up to him, the door was locked, and it just come open.
so they probably wouldn't have been so long. Is that correct?
Same law, the first time he tries it, it don't open. So the second time he tries it, it slides. It just opens, not slide, but a little bit, the first time he tries it, tries to get it open.
So to his recollection, he never used the screwdriver on the crime scene at all?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
He just mentioned to me that we asked him if there's anything else he wanted to bring out, but he did want y'all to bring out the different personalities that he has, not as an excuse to alibi or anything else, just that he wants everything to come out.
Okay. Do you want to talk about that? Yes, I do. I just been making some time, it's been interesting in what I'm trying to tell you, Jeff. And I appreciate Bobby being here to be supporting me on this, because this is probably the hardest thing there is for me to talk about. And it's, well, you know, I have dealt with different personalities all my life, but they really became really prevalent in my life when I was in solitary confinement in Parchment Penitentiary in a cell that got flooded out once and twice, sometimes 3 times a week, with about 3 inches of raw sewage. And I just kind of like, well, they became a reality to me more so than ever before. One personality is a gentleman named Enad, who is a Jesse James type. He, well, you know, he's not a good person, but he's not really an evil person. But the person that I really have struggled against to prevent really my thoughts and stuff is a person called Gemini who is he is the other night when we were talking, I believe the about said something about this is not some type of insanity. No, I'm not saying that.
You fully understand.
I don't understand it too.
That he won't
Because as much as anybody, believe it or not, because I'm gonna tell you guys, Danny's not that person. Anybody that's ever known me, known that Danny just going to be a good person. A likable person, somebody that cares, and I do care. But I can't go back over my life and say, yeah, this is about my life, and then say, well, then if they're saying it's good, gotta take it on. I don't know how to do that because I never wanted to come this way. Believing God, my judge, I never wanted to come this way. But I'm here and now I'm going to live with this one. And I ain't got nobody to blame but myself, but I don't understand as much as anybody because it's all so bad. You gentlemen are honorable people. I wish I could be you, but I wouldn't want you to be me. You gentlemen are honorable people. I wish I could be you, but I wouldn't want you to be me. I wouldn't want anybody. People say they have no remorse. They don't know man. I don't know how I live with myself. If it wasn't for the good Lord Jesus Christ, I wouldn't be able to live with this man. But give me strength and courage. I'm not proud of myself in your life. If you had time to say to these dreams, man, again, what would they? How would anything? I would say that the only way for them to go on, if I do, I would say to them that don't ask them to investigate on me. I cannot even fathom them having pity on me or anyone else for that matter. But I would say, I would ask them to make it private in their heart to forgive, so that the bitterness and the hatred about all of this will destroy what is left of their lives. I pray for them that God would give them strength and courage. Pray every day. I believe somehow through all of this that those are Lord giving strength. I can't do anything for them. I could, I would. I can't. I don't know, I think no other than that, I think you're doing the most you can, and that's telling them what happened there at night to their children.
Each one of the crime scenes, each one incidents, or he feels that's what terror, it's hard for him to deal with that. That having these things he knows inside his personality.
Did Danny go back to any of the crime scenes or if the area of any crime scene while law enforcement was trying to process this thing? Is that correct, Danny? Okay. Danny, did the black guy that he met, Tony, did Danny go off with him any other night besides that one night where they met at Taco Bell and the police chased him that night? Is that correct, Danny? Had Danny met this guy at Taco Bell on any occasions, previous occasions, talked to him, but not necessarily went off with him, just past conversation? Is that correct, Danny?
Except for the next day of y'all was to the campsite, he saw the man's trailer.
Is that correct, Danny? Why did
Get money for drugs. Was he show him where the campsite was to be found? No, it was well concealed. He could take somebody reasonably close to it. Matter of fact, that night he couldn't find it his own stuff. He knew he was within a matter of feet or yards of it. Question about this below. Records for clothes, part 11, part 7. Identical same kind of what you got tonight. Ragged gloves. Is that correct?
You know where you got?
Shoplifter went the same place he got the camp.
Is that correct? Yes. What all these shoplifters? Let me start back.
Screwdriver.
Okay. What did you purchase? What did you buy?
A tent of all that.
A tent of all that. Okay. And okay. What did he shoplift? Glove?
Screwdriver.
Screwdriver. Okay. Was there anything else? Anything else that he remembered? Let me name a few things and see if he can remember. Camo poncho.
Yes. We don't know where he got it from.
Was that correct? And I don't think I put it on record that it's correct. You purchased a tent, purchased a foam mattress, shot it to the tape, duct tape, screwdriver, and gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Seeing that we have talked at least 2 sets of gloves, one that we have in the bank robbery and one that was buried with the knife. Does that mean you shot with both sets of gloves?
Yes.
Is that correct? Any more? I'm trying to remember what else is at the campsite. There's a lot of, I'm sorry, what?
What was the purpose of getting the screwdriver? For the purposes they were used for.
Is that correct, Nancy?
To use the commission as a firearm? Correct.
Is that correct, Nancy? You remember when you checked out of University Inn, and we'll say you checked out at checkout time, which I would say is probably approximately the usual checkout time for a hotel. Was it that day that you purchased the tent? Is that correct? Okay. There were quite a few articles of clothing. I think you told us the other night that you had purchased those. Is that correct? Most of them. That was in the bag. Correct. That's correct, Andy. Okay. And we talked about the jewelry the other night, some of it being purchased. But there was some, maybe you can help us on this. There was some rings that was, and jewelry that was in there that, to this day, we have no idea where they come from. Some of it was turquoise. There was a ring that you gave Teresa Cousins that
That was also on the same mold that he got the chain and the ring from.
just from a different jewelry store, a different location.
A jeweler wrote that was in the hallway.
Okay.
So it was in the same hall, out of that hall. The jeweler over it.
Is that correct? So that was purchased.
Yes, it was. How about the ring that had a little small cross on it?
That was it. Yeah, like it's a hollow place. That was what we were talking about. Yes, she did Teresa Cook. Yes. She still has that. We had that. Why'd you take it from her? We didn't take it from her. She gave it to you before you left Sarasota, and it was left in the back. Yeah. It was left in your camp. Yeah.
There's a clear stone with silver wire wrapped up. It was like he had necklace pins in it or something. I guess they have wrong like that for it, but we can't just say Kansas. Purchase that. There's a little earrings with a little kind of 1/8-inch diameter gold ball stud. That was it.
Is that correct, Nancy? You know where the other one is too? The one we have is the match to the one that he had in Ocala. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that right, Nancy? There's also another one, and it's another earring.
Star.
Yeah, star. Gold star earring. We have one of those. Where's the second one at?
There was only
he take the second one and give it to someone in Sarasota?
Yes.
Is that correct, ma'am? Was it a white male that was living with the man that you sold the guitar to, or the man that you sold your guitar to? Yeah, we don't have anything else. Unless you have something you want to bring up to Bobby or yourself to talk to us about. Well, you guys don't have to work too hard. Well, it's already pretty well. I'm seeing dirt on your fingers. Or, let's really get y'all for real. Man, I'm surprised. We could have found a way to take it for him. So,
Probably take it right.
well, we might just take you up on that if we can't find the next few days. Okay, we appreciate it.
I need to speak to Parker.
I guess we can conclude this matter. All right, we'll turn the tapes on to the end of 4:55 p.m. February 4th.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that's great timing. You move that down and ask a couple of questions to him, and I'm ready to move. Just move that down, he has 2 questions. Got it. Agent Dix. Now, the tape we just played, the redacted tape, that was the February 4th, 1993 videotape.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Are we now prepared in the morning to play the January 31st redacted version of the audio tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, that would be the longer interview, which was the first interview in which you discussed the homicides the first time with me.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I have no further questions of this witness at this time, Your Honor, and I would request of the court the opportunity to take a witness slightly out of order. The next witness, what I had planned was to play the audio tape next. I have a very short February 14th videotape that is of the Channel 9 production that goes to issues that I think should be raised. I would request to be able to bring Mr. Schmidt in Channel 9 out of order to play that short tape. Otherwise, I want to keep him all night here for what's really a relatively short event. I realize it's out of sequence, but I would request the opportunity to do this.
I don't have any problem with that. Do you need time to set that up?
We'll take very much, just a short break and we can have it set up and then play.
You set it up for 10 minutes?
Oh, yes. He's here. He's got his tapes.
Let's take a recess then for about 10 minutes to let it set up, and then how long does it take?
I want to say it's 14 minutes.
I think that's a good guess. I think that's a good guess.
Okay, that one's about 10 minutes, but we'll do that tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. I still don't understand why, because they only played the part of the audio tape that he made where he was talking to his parents that had all the songs on it. They only played the part that he did in Sarasota. They didn't play the part that he did at the campsite in Gainesville. And that was the part where he was like, I gotta go. I got something to do. And then he did what he did in Gainesville. And I don't understand because Rod Smith said that was the only part that they originally was going to play. But then the defense wanted the whole tape played. And then they didn't play unless the website, for whatever reason, cut that part out. Maybe they're going to play that part later. Because that's the part that I was telling you guys that triggers me. To think that he's just out there in the woods having a good old time, singing songs to himself and everything. And then he's just like, I got to go do something. It's the tone of voice. It's the way he does it that maybe I've become numb to it or something, because I've said it several times today and it's not bothered me, but I know in the past when I've actually heard his voice say it, I've either gotten extremely angry or I've cried, which is why I didn't put it in my video. But if it doesn't show up in the trial and you guys want to hear it, I can find it for you, or I'm sure you can find it. You can Google it, because I know it's out there. I've heard it so many times. He's a vile man. Vile. And there's so many other things he did to the bodies that I didn't put in my video just because YouTube and I mean, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't really matter, but still, I want to get in the habit of not being as graphic because of, YouTube's guidelines and stuff. I don't know. I know that it was very obvious that they didn't want to mention, because when the officer that found Krista was on the stand and they asked him, when you saw her body, were you able to tell that she was deceased? I don't remember the exact wording. Of his question, but obviously the answer to how did you know that she was deceased just by looking at her is that she doesn't have a head, right? So they didn't want the jury to know that. So the defense immediately objected. And then after the sidebar, the judge said, I want you to answer his questions exactly as he asked them. Don't add anything to it. So then he couldn't say that. Like, the questions were in such a way that he couldn't say that. And I guess they think that if the jury hears that, they will automatically go death penalty. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's why they left the tape out, because he said they were going to hear that on the tape. Like, he actually... Stupid flies. Since the hurricane, we have had flies and gnats in the house from having the windows open, because we have some windows that don't have screens. We can't get rid of them. They're driving me crazy. Okay, so we'll do some more tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. And if anybody is on Replay Crew, I appreciate you too. Please leave comments, like, share, all that good stuff. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Love y'all. Yeah, we have another hurricane. Hopefully the power won't get knocked out before I get this trial done. I have a generator. I just don't want to use too much power, because we don't have the top of the line generator that can run everything. So, okay. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.